Okay, we are back, and thank you, everyone. We're going to keep going with our Language Access Subcommittee, and Commissioner Agbayani, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Earlier we did problem statement 1, and we're now up to our second problem statement, which will be presented by Commissioner Kim Chang.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Chief Commissioner Shaw, for giving me the postprandial pole position right after lunch. So I'm really excited about our next recommendation, the U.S. Census Bureau, which is very exciting and has a lot of potential to address health inequities and health disparities in the country. The problem statement is that the United States Census Bureau e-health program is a new research program that identifies existing gaps in the federal statistics, which can be filled by enhancing health records with existing assets that are unique to the Census Bureau by strategically reusing administrative records, including health records, to improve measurement of patient and provider characteristics and to advance the understanding of population health. Because the U.S. Census Bureau collects data on languages spoken through the American Community Survey, this program has huge potential to identify and produce research on health disparities and health inequities based on language access of patients and language concordance with providers when they collaborate with external partners for the health records data. To date, however, the language access and concordance is not being analyzed or included in the current eHealth research collaborations. So our recommendation is this. The Commission recommends that the U.S. Census Bureau eHealth program includes analysis on language access and concordance for limited English proficient individuals and populations as a routine and standard part of all research projects, programs, or collaborations with any external partner who is requesting this U.S. Census Bureau data. As part of the interests of the federal government in understanding and addressing health disparities and health inequities affecting LEP populations. The rationale is that this is a new program. They're starting right now to develop these external public-private partnerships with academic institutions and health systems across the country. The presentations spoke of many exciting partnerships with the American Board of Family Medicine, with Stanford University, I believe with an academic center in North Carolina. And the federal government is an equal partner in these research projects by way of the U.S. Census Bureau data sets. And that we have a national interest in analyzing the language data with health outcomes. And the United States federal government can leverage that position to require a standard and routine analysis of this language access in concordance with any partnership. We know that LEP status is a barrier to healthcare access, and it yields poorer health outcomes. You know, the pandemic revealed that non-English speaking COVID-19 patients experienced higher fatality rates. Further, that people with limited English proficiency did not have language accessible information for the COVID vaccines. There are 67.3 million people, or 21.9% of US residents, who speak a language other than English at home. And there are small research studies showing that language access and use of professional interpreters can improve health outcomes, healthcare access and cancer screenings like mammograms and pap smears. And yet there exists a huge need for additional large-scale research within the eHealth program, which has the potential and capacity to do it, given their large data sets with language information and their ability to partner with large health systems with individualized patient and provider information. It was a very exciting program when they presented to us. And so for this reason, that it is starting, it is a new program, they have a huge potential, they're putting out a lot of research studies, a lot of great research studies. We really want to encourage that the eHealth program includes analysis on language access and concordance for any of their partnerships going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Questions? Comments? I'm going to use my prerogative for a second here. I feel like this particular recommendation connects also to the health equity recommendations in terms of how do we collect data about which communities and what kind of language access do they have in getting treatments for cancer or other types of things. I feel like there's something here. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but as you were talking, it just felt like there was a connection here somewhere that we may want to future look at in terms of, is there some way to connect e-health with the collection of data and e-health and language access with how we get access to communities and what they're doing.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that's a great point. We were going to have this co-sponsored with Health Equity, but given the fact that we have a lot of robust recommendations coming out of all of the subcommittees, we decided to focus just on language access. The other thing I would note is that the eHealth program folks understand that language access and limited English proficiency is an important social driver and social determinant of health. They are a small program, and some of those limitations stem from that. They are receptive. They have noted that they are receptive, and they understand the importance of this. So I would also like to applaud and thank the eHealth program for their presentation.
Grace.
So I'm not familiar with this program, so I'm curious if you have any information about the privacy or confidentiality protocols, policies that relate to this kind of information about people.
Yes, they did. The eHealth program folks, Dr. Udalova spoke about the firewalls between the data sets and the blinding of the identification of individuals with the health systems data sets and the U.S. Census Bureau data sets. So they have put in some policies, protocols, and firewalls for that. I mean, this program is already going, so I think you can look at their website to find out more, and also the public presentation slides that they gave us. But I was satisfied. I mean, they're already going. They already have these policies, procedures, protocols for privacy in place.
Teresita?
I am really super excited about this recommendation. We know that segments of our community are undercounted for lots of different reasons, whether it's fear of government intrusion or language or other factors. And to be able to access healthcare records in a with the firewalls, in place, I think is very important. As a reminder for all of us, the census determines distribution of resources, especially funding and the creation of programs for our communities. And the ongoing and traditional undercount of many of our communities usually lead to very little resources for their needs. So thank you for this recommendation.
Other comments? Any online? Any of our colleagues? Sorry, I can barely see from here. Okay. One other comment I just want to add here. The government works a lot with foundations, lots of healthcare foundations. In just thinking about like how the government might also talk to foundations who sometimes can fund things sooner, in at least testing out an idea before, even if the government isn't going to fund it immediately, might be just something worth thinking about, of like how to leverage the voice of government, not necessarily policy-making arm of government, but the voice of government in helping getting the message out to foundations, to philanthropy across the board, in thinking about how language access can be a part of the way they also start talking about it. So I just leave that as a thought for you all, but I know there's a lot of public-private partnerships and a lot of conversations that take place, and it might be just worth thinking through what that looks like. And I hear, when I mean public-private, I'm usually public philanthropic. Sorry, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And you are turning it back to me. I'm privileged to actually present problem statement 3, which is very different from some of our language access issues before, because we're talking about preservation and maintenance of an indigenous language. The Hawaiian language, Olelo Hawaii, has long been identified as endangered. it is now recognized as an official language of the state of Hawaii. Schools and higher education institutions face major challenges to increase the number of Hawaiian language speakers. Distinctive needs of Native American languages are not adequately included in federal initiatives serving language minorities in the media, arts, and other programs. The Native American Language Act of 1990, NALA, created federal policies supportive of Native Americans relative to their languages. Hawaiian and the Native Hawaiian people are recognized as a Native American language and as a Native American people in NALA. There's a need to fully implement NALA with adequate resources and planning that includes Hawaiian language revitalization expertise in coordination with other Native American language revitalization communities. We have 2 recommendations. The Department of the Interior should increase support for the implementation of NALA. For example, develop new programs specifically focused on building on the success of Native American language medium immersion education. And second, to continue expand federal programs that are relevant to Native Hawaiian language support. For example, those in ESEA, which stands for Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and subsequently its amended program called ESSA. These programs have a number of resources that should be utilized more by Native Hawaiians. And recently, the program called National Native American Language Resource Center is a resource that the Native Hawaiians could fully utilize. Just a little bit of background for those of you who are not as familiar with the situation here. Hawaiian was the primary language of all Native Hawaiians at the time of the U.S. annexation in 1898, and during the Hawaiian monarchy, Hawaiian was used for daily native life as well as for government activities, including the schools. The U.S. imposed compulsory use of English in all of these fields, and children were punished for using Hawaiian in public and boarding schools. The last unbroken line of speakers of Hawaiians as their normal family and peer group language were born around 1920, and by statehood in 1959, very few people under 40 spoke Hawaiian. However, in 1978, at the height of the Hawaiian Renaissance, a state constitutional convention was held. The new constitution required state promotion of Hawaiian. A provision also allowed for, but did not require, the use as an official language. And a very important initiative started in 1983. Grassroots movement to revitalize Hawaiian language medium schooling began, and its language nest preschools formed the basis for which the public P-12 Hawaiian medium immersion schools has developed. In 1983, only about 2,000 people, primarily elders, were counted as speaking Hawaiians, but by 2020, in community surveys, found over 25,000 people speaking Hawaiian. These large numbers are self-reported and reflected a widespread pride and effort to use isolated words and phrases rather than full frequency. There are, however, a growing number of families with children raised with Hawaiian as their first language, and it's very exciting to see them. And the public schools, as well as these schools, are producing highly literate, bilingual youth, and their graduation and college going rates actually have increased. So we are very pleased to be making these recommendations here in Hawaii, and want to thank also Michelle Kahani for her assistance with our committee. So, questions?
Thank you. Questions?
Comments?
Just a comment. I just want to thank the committee for the recommendation. I wholeheartedly support. I think important to any culture is the perpetuation of our language. I think Amy shares some critical information and the significant role for the viewers who are watching that Aha Punana Leo in 1983 started language speaking preschool, which engaged families along the learning with their preschoolers, and today we now have a vibrant program of native language speakers from K through 20 that somebody can speak language as their Hawaiian, Olelo Hawaiʻi as their first language all the way through post-secondary education. So Aha Punana Leo is really the grassroots effort that lifted a 90-year ban from us being able to speak Hawaiian in our homeland. And so I just want to applaud and thank the committee and acknowledge Aha Punana Leo for the hard work in helping to revitalize that 90-year ban. What we learn through our native language, as you heard from Kumuhina today, is that the reciprocal nature and the connection between Kanaka people and Aina exists and is the solution to so many of the challenges that we're facing, whether that's climate resilience or equity, diversity, and inclusion, that in those stories, in those oli that were left to us from our ancestors and in our language, there's so many solutions that we are trying to build today that we can draw knowledge from. And so I just want to thank and applaud the committee for this recommendation, and I stand in strong support.
Thank you, Michelle. Daniel.
Thank you, Commissioners Agbayani and Commissioner Kohane. I'm in support of this as well, and I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. The program that you described, Michelle, I think was really an important one. Are there others that that anyone can think of that could be implemented in a practical way that would be an example of increased support, other than just increased financing?
I think showing the visibility and need is still important. So, like for example, it's not a requirement to have Hawaiian language available even in all the high schools or anything like that. So we need to really educate people that there are many positive reasons to have Hawaiian language in the public schools as well as the charter schools here in Hawaii. So it's not just funding, it's to make sure that we have make space for those programs within the current curriculum.
So would it be helpful perhaps to make it part of a core curriculum for schools in Hawaii?
I think it might end up being a very good recommendation in the future, but right now we're really focusing on making sure that we have enough teachers trained and making the curriculum more robust and more available. So and not only for the immersion preschools, but K to 12 and college, and actually.
Commissioner, to your question, I think we've seen lots of success because of the success of Aha Punana Leo. So within the Department of Education, we now have an Office of Hawaiian Education, or OHE, that is in the superintendent's office that helps to incorporate as part of the curriculum language and culture at specific age, at specific times during the public school education. We know today that Punahou, as a private institution, it's part of their core curriculum from kindergarten to 6th grade. We know that Kamehameha Schools incorporates language and culture. Navahi, which is school for middle school up to high school on Hawaii Island. And so Aha Punana Leo was the seed, if you will, that bloomed beautiful growth of language across the state. So this recommendation is really to acknowledge Native Hawaiian language so that it is included in some of the federal appropriations.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a long list. I'm going to start with Dr. Underwood.
Thank you. Having worked personally in language revitalization for decades.
Closer to the mic, please.
Having worked in language revitalization for decades, I really appreciate and support this. Just to point out a couple of one informational item is that the Native American Languages Act of 1990 includes other Pacific Island languages that are part of the United States. So that includes Chamorro and Samoan. It does not, and probably Carolinian, which is counted as a native language in the Northern Marianas. But of course, it doesn't include the languages of the freely associated states, which are independent nations, unless somebody changes the legislation. So this is really important, and the efforts are remarkable. There was a time going back into the 70s where the conversation about the future of Pacific Island languages, almost everybody tacitly, they had a kind of a typology in mind. Hawaiian was dead. Maori was pretty close to dying in New Zealand, and Tahitian and Chamorro were kind of fighting to see who would, be third in line. And so that, to some extent, that has been reversed, especially in the case of Maori, and to some extent Hawaiian, by the institution of these programs. So they're very, very vital, and of course, looking forward to seeing how these programs also include, and to some extent, Chamorro already has one of these programs that are funded in Guam, but Chamorro and Samoan are also included. And I applaud the effort of the commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Kaim?
Yes, I just want to echo my support for this recommendation as well too. I do work with a lot of educators who are incorporating heritage language into Hmong, Khmer, Vietnamese, Karen, and other languages from Southeast Asian groups, and they have been looking towards Hawaii and Native Hawaiian language revitalization as an example. And so by supporting and keeping these kinds of recommendation or policies alive, it sets precedent for communities. And so I just really want to say that in our community, we've already seen that when you know your native language and you have a strong cultural foundation, it helps you exit EL, English language programs, English language programs faster, and it also shows that you excel academically as well. And so I think that these are the science behind why heritage language is so important. But I think politically too, I think it's the act of resistance, right, to make sure that we continue to decolonize our minds when we think about our culture and our language and our history. And this is really important for a lot of communities, but I can only speak for my community who came to this country as refugees, right, from countries that had conflicts and wars. I also want to say that, in the state of Minnesota, we recently passed a law to help heritage language teachers become licensed, because now they are not fully licensed, are recognized by the state as licensed. So I think that this is a movement across the country, and we look towards Native Hawaiian community as examples and as role models for us as we fight for heritage language for K through 12.
Commissioner Kimberly.
Commissioner Kimberly.
Thanks so much. I agree with the sentiments. And if we look to the connection between language and health disparities and health inequities, and we can see, and we heard in our presentation from for our subcommittee that it takes one generation to kill a language and 6 generations, I believe, to revitalize it.
Yes.
So, and you can see the connection with the health disparities, and when folks are excluded from accessing systems of care and protection, and the kinds of health disparities that occur within one generation and that persist ongoing after that language has been decimated, you can see that if we are truly focused about increasing our health care and our economic equity and justice for our populations, that we must be able to keep those languages and that ability and that connection alive. So thank you so much. It's not just for Native Hawaiians, it is for all of our communities who have smaller languages. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to also echo my support for this. One of the great pleasures of being on this commission has been to learn so much about the Native Hawaiian community. And, you know, just loving the fact that it's not just the AAPI community or the NHPI community. We know that language is such an important part of culture, of community, and history. And not just recent history, but deep past history. I mean, we know that, you know, we study it. We have people going in as archaeologists trying to uncover what was discovered, you know, thousands of years ago. So now to make sure we don't lose this great, rich culture is so critically important. The other thing that strikes me is, you know, this is one of the few items that falls under the sort of in that group of Native American acts, right? I don't believe that everything there's a lot that needs to be done to make sure the Native Hawaiian community is covered under some of the Native American, but given this, and given that it has to be the largest or one of the largest communities that falls under that, I think this is a really important, not just for API and Native Hawaiianers, but also just for Native Americans as a whole to really start thinking about this. So it was really well done. I appreciate this.
Commissioner Patoria.
Thank you. I support this recommendation fully. Language, culture, and traditions are some of the most important part of our life, and they need to be preserved and promoted. And this recommendation helps in preserving and promoting both. Just on the second bullet, continue and expand federal programs that are relevant to Native Hawaiian language support. Did you consider also adding increase in learning opportunities and platforms through schools, colleges, and community programs for expanding opportunities for learning the language, I mean?
No, we did identify in the problem statement that it is, you know, secondary and tertiary education issues as well.
Would you consider in the second recommendation number 3, in the second bullet point,
to add higher education?
Add to Native Hawaiian language support and increase opportunities for learning platforms for learning this language.
Okay. I think we can, that would be useful
Sure. Thank you.
to insert. I'll work with you on that.
So great. For this one, we are going to just make a slight modification, if you could do that after.
Slight modification to add
Some more language, yeah.
educational platforms.
Any other? This is a robust conversation.
No.
Huh? I think he was saying add in educational platforms.
This one looked more focused on local elementary and higher and secondary education.
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I'm wanting a little bit more clarification about what does that mean, like, in terms of language platform? Are you talking about private platform? I mean,
No,
I guess I'm
We're saying
confused.
continue and expand federal programs that are relevant to Native Hawaiian language support. So I thought if we could consider expanding on the support that create new learning platform program in school, colleges, and community to help folks enroll and learn this language. That was the idea.
I think the only problem with what you're saying is it sort of disconnects from the rest of that sentence.
That language.
And so when you add that in, and then you have i.e. those in ESEA Title 6 and 8, it sort of disconnects from that sentence. I think that's what Grace is reacting
it's
to.
okay if we don't add it. The only thing for me was that we are continuing to expand programs that support language support, but could we say a little bit more what kind of support we are talking about? Or otherwise, fine.
after that, in addition to higher,
Yeah.
higher language. Sorry. Yeah, I echo the sentiments of everybody. I mean, this is a beautiful, beautiful recommendation, but to what Ajay is saying, I see the value. I mean, in saying that there, if you created an additional platform for higher education, right, Ajay, unless I'm misunderstanding, to offer, you know, this type of language support to higher education platforms, I think would be valuable.
I think the word platform sometimes gets us a little confused, but it definitely schools and higher education institutions do face major challenges in teaching and in increasing language courses, and so I could work on making sure that all educational levels are included.
Thank you.
Great. All right, Commissioner, I think we can move on to our next recommendation. Amy?
Okay, so that's great.
All right, so our next problem statement is related to human trafficking, which affects Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. The Attorney General and the Department of Justice's national strategy to combat human trafficking has clearly identified, or excuse me, has clearly stated that human trafficking victims should be prioritized for identification and offered protection and services during law enforcement operations. Language access, cultural competency, and confidential advocacy services are key to victim identification, protection, and service provision. However, despite the high numbers of people with limited English proficiency who are victims of human trafficking, there is no mention of language access or interpretation in Department of Justice's national strategy. Furthermore, community-based victim advocacy organizations are not specified in the development of the victim identification protocol in the national strategy to combat human trafficking. And so our recommendation is in compliance with the National Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking, Chapter 1, Action Item Number 1.1. The Commission recommends that the federal partners stipulated in the National Strategy work in partnership with and include community-based victim advocates, community-based organizations, and community-based survivors, and also prioritize language access in the development of this protocol. And advocates should be brought into the process early on to ensure that the protocol is framed in a survivor-centered, trauma-informed way and prioritizes language access and cultural responsivity. Currently, community-based victim advocates are not included in the development of the protocol, and there's no mention of language access or interpretation priorities. And you know, some of the reasoning for the need for this is that, you know, every year an estimated 14,000 to 17,000 foreign nationals are trafficked into the United States. There are also a lot of domestic victims of human trafficking, including in Hawaii here. There's a large percentage. Some of the latest report of a new study on sex trafficking in Hawaii reveals that 64% of survivors identified as are some part Native Hawaiian or are all Native Hawaiian, and human trafficking is probably more widespread than believed. I mean, a lot of the data is challenging to get because a lot of people don't identify, or the problem is often underground, and so we also know that as it relates to the data that is gathered by some of the national service providers and hotlines, the largest number of people trafficked into the United States come from East Asia and the Pacific, and the next highest numbers are from Latin America and Europe. But and particularly in the massage industry, Asians are highly represented in that particular set of industries, and so. This is an area where I understand that there are challenges where when law enforcement, goes in to investigate human trafficking, sometimes the victims themselves are arrested because of language access barriers. And, we would like, the protocol to involve much more development with community-based providers and incorporate language access so that fewer, well, ideally, that victims aren't arrested in this process and re-traumatized. So I bring that forth to you and hope that the commission will support the recommendation.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Commissioner Chang? Oh, Commissioner Shaw. You guys go right after each other, one right after the other. I have to keep going like this.
So obviously I wholeheartly agree with this. So as you were talking about this, I think this is great. I have one question, sort of comment question, and you can let me know if this makes sense. During the, just in general, the issues of crime related to the NHPI community are challenging because a lot of times people are very uncomfortable reporting them because they don't know how they'll be treated. And I had the occasion during the pandemic to be involved in a working group with the Cook County of Chicago and the Cook County of Illinois, and the sheriff's office there they were very thoughtful about being culturally aware as sort of their first step and reaching out to community organizations. But it wasn't just the community organization that I thought all of the things that you mentioned, but it was also making sure their team understood the importance of cultural awareness. And so I'm wondering does it make sense to include that as well, or would that add too much and change what you're saying, that not only should these community-based, not only should the partners work with these organizations, but also perhaps receive some sort of cultural awareness training, just so people, because what they found were people wouldn't even report the crimes. So it was hard to get the data because they would be handled. And, and our community is so broad and diverse that, how a person who has a background who's South Asian Muslim will have a different concern, or someone who's Sikh, or someone who's Filipino. Everyone has a different, there's different ways of approaching, and how do you handle it? So I think it's great. I'm just asking you, does that make sense as well to include that the partners also receive some cultural awareness training as a part of what they're doing?
Yeah, I think part of the whole goal is at least, first step, getting the culturally specific community-based folks there so that they can inform the overall protocol would hopefully lead to some of that training. But I think that it'd be important, I need to take a look specifically at the plan itself, or the AG's protocol, and figure out whether there's a different place for incorporating that training. But yes, I think we need to make sure that is part of the larger plan strategy.
So when you mention protocol, that this is really like the development of a plan, implementation plan, is that what you're thinking? Or what is the protocol, quote unquote, mean specifically?
So I'll answer that. So the Attorney General and the Department of Justice released last year a national strategy to combat human trafficking. In it laid out several different steps and priorities. We are addressing, just in this one recommendation, the development of the victim identification protocol during law enforcement operations. That protocol was supposed to have been developed within a year of the national strategy's release, but that has come and gone. And so we don't know where they are in that procedure. However, in this national strategy, it calls for a number of government agencies to be a part of the development of it, but no community-based organizations, no community-based victim advocates, no mention of language interpretation or access priorities. So we think that this is a first step. In this national strategy, there are also components of training for law enforcement, training for investigators, training for the different components of the criminal justice system on cultural responsivity. So this is just one piece where we want, at the very minimum, when there are law enforcement operations and there are people involved that they're trying to assess whether they are victims or not, that there are in this protocol that investigators are to follow, that they include language access, they include cultural responsivity, they include trauma-informed steps, they include survivor-informed steps in the development of this protocol, which has not, as we know to this date, been yet developed. Does that make sense?
No, I think it helps. So I think what you're essentially telling me is the victim identification protocol is actually all in caps rather than, right? It's actually a thing outlined in this human trafficking thing.
Yes.
So maybe we should, if that's specifically the takeaway that this needs to be developed, maybe just capitalize and say this is like the plan. I mean, and it could be fine. I'm not a criminologist, so I'm less familiar with this, but to me, I think the protocol, I think if you're sort of a general person, the protocol to me is more of an outline rather than a specific thing. Yeah, that is a takeaway. So, but if it's being called that, maybe just capitalize it and just, I don't.
Some way to identify that.
Yeah, some way to just, this is the thing. This is what's going to be delivered. Does that make sense?
So, sure, I think since it is specified in Chapter 1, Action Item 1.1, we can take the how it is referred to there and put it in quotes or whatever and say this particular section. Whatever.
Yeah,
We'll look at it. We'll look back at the text.
That would be great.
Yeah, that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Oh, yeah, so I appreciate that this, that this recommendation is being put forward. We know that there are, survivors and victims of human trafficking and exploitation more broadly, both for labor and sex, is very much underground and hidden. These are people who are some of the most vulnerable and marginalized folks in our country. And there is a lot of trauma, health harms, and really terrible circumstances and situations and experiences that they undergo. So this is really important, and we don't want to further harm them through our law enforcement operations that are intended to protect them. So I think this is really important, and I fully support.
Thank you. Commissioner Pu?
I also wanted to express my support for this recommendation. I do believe that there are disproportionate numbers of survivors of human trafficking in our communities, and I know I've seen, particularly in domestic work, South Asian survivors of human trafficking. And I just want to underscore the piece of this that is about bringing in advocacy organizations and partnering with advocacy organizations is so critical. And there are a number of really wonderful organizations in our communities who have been doing this work to support survivors for many years. And it's some of the strongest capacity we have in our communities, and so to leverage that seems really, really important. So I just want to say thank you to the committee for putting this recommendation together, and that I wholeheartedly support it.
Well, I think you have support, and I think this is, I just want to echo my comments, everybody else's comments here. I think this is an important recommendation. It certainly will help many people who sometimes aren't seen get the help that they need. Commissioner Agbayani, turn it back to you.
Okay. We have a final problem statement and recommendations which will be presented by Commissioner Victoria Hume.
Nope.
I think we got
Kim.
two more.
Two more, sorry.
Bayani.
So the next one is Kim again?
Yes, to machine translation.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, thanks so much. To get to Commissioner Daniel Day Kim's point about machine translation and artificial intelligence translation, we think this is an area of utmost importance. There's a lot of society is our country is very much grappling with artificial intelligence and machine intelligence. And so we wanted to get ahead a little bit of this issue, particularly as it pertains to machine translation. The problem statement is this. Currently, there are no overarching federal guidelines for machine-translated, machine-assisted, or artificial intelligence translations for the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. There are no systemic ways of collecting data or complaints about harms when it is used, and there's no mechanisms for redress when when machine translations cause harms for folks. Whereas there are web standards that have been developed for people with disability, there are no equivalent standards for persons with limited English proficiency. So our recommendation is this. The Commission recommends that the Office of the U.S. Chief Technology Officer, the U.S. Digital Services, in consultation with the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, one, develops standards and guidelines around the use of machine translation or artificial intelligence translation technology when it is appropriate or inappropriate to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. And two, develop a process for addressing harmful impacts, as well as remedies with respect to machine translation or artificial intelligence errors. The background and rationale is this. We heard earlier from Commissioner Ives Rubley that there are some harms when machine translation is being used, particularly in the immigration system, that folks who would normally qualify for asylum have been turned away when one single word had been mistranslated by the artificial intelligence machine translation. That's a real harm for somebody who's fleeing for safety or trying to flee and apply for asylum here in our country. There have been other instances, for example, where a certain machine translation had been used during early in the pandemic to translate that the vaccine is not required to, oh gosh, okay. Somebody else want to say it in Spanish. La vacuna no es necesaria, which is the vaccine is not necessary. So it translated from the vaccine is not required to the vaccine is not necessary. That's a big harm. That's a big harm for folks. And so we think that the current federal guidelines are piecemeal. There's the ACA Section 1557, which stipulates that if machine translation is used, the translation must be reviewed by a qualified human translator. There are some guidelines for federal digital services and websites at www.lep.gov/digital services and websites. And finally, there was a 2021 memorandum of agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice and Fort Bend County, Texas, but no overarching federal guidelines. We think this is of utmost importance given the rapid pace and development of artificial intelligence and machine translation.
Commissioner Kelsey.
Thanks, Chief. I think this is so important to address. So I'm really, really glad that you put together this very, very thoughtful recommendation. But I will push back a little bit on the thought process, perhaps that AI makes mistakes. It obviously makes mistakes, and you talk to my wife, she'll tell you I make mistakes all day. So. I know we're not supposed to talk about personal stuff, but but AI is getting better exponentially year after year, and so within probably 5 years, AI translations will easily be better than human translations, and so I wholeheartedly agree that. Guidelines and oversight need to be very, very thoughtfully developed, and we do need to have human oversight, over these AI children, that are being created. So I thank you for putting this forward, and I really, really appreciate the work that you guys have put into this. So thank you.
Commissioner Ivesley.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why I thought this was an important recommendation to put out there is partially because of what actually happened around the ADA and website accessibility, and the fact that fortunately and unfortunately, the electronics and web development have developed so quickly that the government wasn't able to keep up with sort of some of the standardization around accessibility concerns. My same concern is with some of the sort of AI development. Humans make AI. They're the ones that are developing it. Often it is developed in mind, not with marginalized communities in mind, which means that sometimes translations may be fine and good for everyday activities, like I'm going to the store and I need to talk to the cashier about buying X, right? But when we get into highly sensitive areas that can be literally life and death, I do think there, like Kelsey said, there needs to be human oversight on it and multiple eyes on it to make sure that we aren't ceding control of very important decisions to things that we may not fully understand currently or in the future. And so it's just that oversight part needs to be put in place now in order so that we're not ceding ground in the future. So that's why I thought, and why I support this recommendation.
Commissioner Kim?
I support the recommendation as well, and to Commissioner Kelsey's point, I would say that this needs to be a living recommendation. It needs to be revisited repeatedly because the technology will grow at such a rapid rate that there will be the point where, to use Commissioner Kelsey's analogy, the child becomes the parent. And so we will have to acknowledge at some point when this technology becomes good enough to actually use, or becomes, or more importantly, more specifically, more reliable than human translation. And we don't know when that will be. There's no arbiter that I can think of at the moment, but it is, I think it's inevitable at some point that this will happen. What this is, essentially, is a referendum on AI. And we could have that conversation all day long. But I agree with Mia that it is, when it comes to situations of life or death, not adequate yet, but at some point it may be. So just to be mindful of the ramifications in the future and how quickly the technology will progress.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes, I was remiss and I forgot to mention that we are aligned with the current administration on this. And in fact, on May 4th, 2023, the Biden-Harris administration announced that there were new actions to promote responsible artificial intelligence innovation that protects Americans' rights and safeties. And in this announcement, they included, a landmark blueprint for an artificial intelligence bill of rights and related executive actions that they announced last fall, as well as the artificial intelligence risk management framework, and a roadmap for standing up a national artificial intelligence research resource. So this is going forward, and we want language access issues as well as machine translation to be included in some of these initiatives that have been supported and announced by the Biden-Harris administration.
Commissioner Kwana?
Thank you. I will echo, I think Commissioner Kim raised a lot of the comments that I would say exactly we want to be careful about the ramifications in the future. I think that AI can and will become a useful tool. I think we do need to be careful. We don't want the recommendation to prohibit. We're talking about the lack of certified language people and how AI might be helpful in our future. So I think we need to be cognizant of that. And so I'm glad to hear from Commissioner Chang that this is in line with already what the Biden administration is considering. And I would just add, we didn't think 30 years ago that we would Google to get the most current information that we were searching for, and it is almost automatic, right? And so to Commissioner Kim's point that it is growing technology and will improve over time, and so how might we use the technology of AI to help with this language access issue?
Commissioner Shaw.
I too support the recommendation, agree with all that was said about, both that this should be there, but also that it's a really important tool. I will say the thing I like about this, though, is I feel like a lot of times things that we're talking about are things that need to be cleaned up for the AA and NHPI community, whether it's making sure that, religions are included for the military, or whether we're thinking about native Hawaiian language. What I love about this is AI is now, and we're making sure we're involved now.
Yes.
And I think that puts us in on the ground running. So as it develops, as we go forward, we're really putting us on the same level with everyone. And I think that's a really key thing that this recommendation helps us to do well.
Commissioner Yang.
Sorry, didn't expect to come to me so fast. I actually don't know very much about this, but what I do know is that we are already having such a difficult time understanding cultural nuances. And so when we start using AI and technology, I think we lose that cultural nuance. The second piece is that, in tonal languages, it's very difficult to have, and maybe AI will perfect it because they're better than us, maybe eventually, right? I don't know. But I know it's very hard to teach people who are hard of hearing or are tone deaf to understand, to speak tonal languages. And so I'm often worried about that. And that's why a human being there for me is more helpful than any sort of technology presence. What I really gravitate towards about this is that it's to protect and to lessen harm, right? And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. So this is why I support this recommendation tremendously. But I'm often in the back of my mind, in my gut, feeling very worried about the cultural nuances and what we're missing when we use technology to interact with people in the most vulnerable situations, right? Where harm can continue to perpetuate. So thank you.
Commissioner Ives-Rublee.
Yeah, and not to, keep beating this, but I think we've seen how technology, particularly when it doesn't include, isn't led by marginalized communities, that it tends to go on to the racist side. So we look at Google and how it identifies human beings or animals, and how it identified Black individuals in racist tones. So even if technology gets to a place that it's pretty accurate, I'm always going to have a concern about the fact that it will have fallacies at all times. And so particularly if it's run by the majority culture rather than marginalized communities. So I think my hope in this recommendation is that we provide some guardrails into the future to ensure that that marginalized communities are being heard and that we are reducing the harms that it could cause.
Did you have anything else? Commissioner Kim? And then we'll go to Kelsey.
I was just going to dovetail on what Commissioner Ives-Rublee was saying. I was at a forum that dealt with AI extensively a couple of months ago, and the conclusion was that The answers that AI gives us are directly reflective of the data it receives. And so if we see cultural biases and gender biases reflected in the information on the internet, that is the data that it uses to make its results. One example was that there were two identically qualified candidates for a job that were, and they presented a question to ChatGPT, and they asked, what are my ideal jobs for the future? The criteria and the credentials for each of the candidates was the same, except one was a man, one was a woman. And the jobs that came out as their ideal jobs were drastically different, only because their gender was different. And so for women, jobs like fashion designer came up, and nowhere did engineer come up. So these are the problems with AI as it exists currently, which is all the more reason why a committee like this, a commission like this, needs to create the change that will actually correct those biases. And so it's by no means foolproof, and but it can be used effectively as a tool, especially in the future. Not the only tool, because I think even if we regulate against it, some people will come in with their own AI assistants using it as translation. So the question is, will it be allowed at all? In addition to, is it a recommended use? So it's a very difficult, nuanced question that, again, that will continue to change almost on a daily basis.
Commissioner Kelsey, do you have?
Sure. Thank you. I completely echo the sentiments of Commissioner Kim. AI is a reflection of what we put out. But there's, in going through all of our recommendations today, we've seen such a tremendous backlog of items, right? And it's a lot of administrative stuff, right? Whether it's the visa backlog or backlog of translation or something else. And AI potentially holds a solution, an easy solution, right? But, and we would perhaps incur a bit of moral injury if we don't implement tools that could help fix so much of this backlog and help so many people. But as we know, humanity and government have not always been good shepherds of unintended consequences. And I think that's why this recommendation is so important and so nice, because I think if we can start to think deeply about the types of guardrails we want to put in place, and we have a process to revisit that and change. As this technology evolves, I think we may have a chance of getting ahead of it. Right now, I'm not confident that we will get ahead of it, but hopefully we will.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang?
Just one last comment. I was tempted to use ChatGPT for all of the recommendations, but I didn't. For the record, I did not.
Well, so I actually want to ask a harder question here, which is, I'm reading this recommendation and listening to this conversation, and I'm not sure it's saying what you all are saying. So let me just repeat it out loud. Develop standards and guidelines around the use of machine translation or artificial intelligence translation technology when it is appropriate or inappropriate to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. The reason I'm saying this is nowhere in here do we say it has to be checked, it should be verified, or the input in should include languages or of people, because in some ways what it currently reads, at least to me, is should we use it or should we not use it? I'm just going to argue to this committee right now, it's going to be used. The question we need to answer, and the question I feel like the conversation that is being had, is how it should be used is what we're asking for. The way it currently reads, at least to me, is whether it should or shouldn't be used. And I think what we're asking is that the those that might be most harmed be included in the process of the conversation and verified and checked, but that's not what this says. So I want to say here, like, at least from what I'm reading, this is not reflective of the conversation. And I'm happy to work with you to verify, put some language in here, but I don't think that is what, at least maybe I'm missing something. Commissioner?
I was going to recommend in adding, points to include the impacted community. And I'm sure there's going to be task force or some type of committee on this, and that to make sure that there is a representative or representatives, right, from the different communities within the AA and NHPI communities, so that we can catch some of the cultural pieces that maybe someone who's not from this community may easily recognize.
Thank you. Commissioner Pooh?
I also just wanted to note that many of the comments were about the biases inherent in the data that exists currently that AI is drawing from in order to do what it does. And so I do think that the standards piece does reflect that, and maybe we want to make it more explicit to say standards that account for biases that may exist with existing data, or something like that. And in addition to having representation of impacted and marginalized communities as a part of the process, I just think that there's a piece there that got really explicitly named about the biases in the data sets that AI is working with currently.
Commissioner Shaw?
It's, I think your point was excellent, Chief, that about what this does and what we're trying to accomplish. And I like Victoria's comment. The word that popped up in my mind was task force, or some way to engage, and to make sure that this data is constantly being, not constantly, but being reviewed, or that there's a way to, excuse me, ensure that the biases and other things. So I'm not sure if that becomes now a new recommendation in addition to this, or to add this to this. But as you're developing standards or guidelines around the use of machine transition, maybe it's, and an ongoing task force that sort of, because I agree with your comment, whether it is appropriate or inappropriate to use, it's going to be used, right? So maybe it's not so much about the appropriateness or inappropriateness, but constantly that there are standards and guidelines and a task force that is reviewing what is being, how it's being used and related to different communities.
Commissioner Pretoria?
I strongly support this recommendation. I think on the paragraph number 1, I think the discussion is around. So develop standards, guidelines around the use of machine translation or artificial intelligence translation technology and its application to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. So we completely remove the word when it's appropriate or inappropriate, then the paragraph works fine, I mean. Translation technology and applications to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees.
Yeah, I think there's some other words like verification and other things that still need to be added, but there's.
Do you want to?
Well, we can take that off and.
Yeah, and for this meeting or for the next?
No.
I'm happy. I think this is just. I think we're
Okay.
just saying add some language to it for this meeting. I don't. Am I off? And I don't think anyone's saying take this off the
Yeah,
table.
It should be for this meeting.
Right.
Okay. And I was wondering also if on the Biden-Harris's National Institute for the AI and all that, if maybe this is a separate recommendation, but we make sure that there's some AA and HPI voices on those committees, institutes, et cetera, not just the tech folks.
I think if you want to do that, you
could
may
be a
want to just
separate
think about another recommendation that
Sounds
rather
good.
than putting it into this
Sure.
recommendation. I think that's a good idea, though. Commissioner Doi?
I think I am in agreement with all of the comments and concerns of my colleagues around the table. I see AI as evolving technology, right? And so I see this recommendation as similar to the interpretation of the Constitution, the interpretation of many acts of Congress, and so what I'm looking at it as is legislative intent, right? The intent is to establish guardrails, right?
Right.
And I think that those guardrails are going to continue to evolve over the next 20 years or more, right? And that this is a good first step. I like the idea of establishing an ongoing task force, right? To continue to look at the intent of this recommendation, to make sure that NHPIs are included in the consideration of the intent of the recommendation.
Thank you. Teresita? Oh, Mia, do you want to? Go ahead, come on.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go after. You want to go after? Or do you want to go?
Okay. I understand people's conversation about, AI is inevitable, is what a lot of people are saying right now. I think I still worry about not utilizing the word inappropriate, particularly right now. We're always going, not always, but a lot of times we have a tendency to go the easiest path forward, right? And it's not always the right path. And that is where I'm worried our brains are right now. It's like, oh, well, we can fix all these solutions by using AI, and then, that'll speed up the process, et cetera. But I'm not always sure if that's the right thing to do. And so I do think there needs to be a conversation about, is it appropriate at this time, in this time period, where AI is right now, for you to utilize it as a translation service for particular services in particular situations. I'm totally for saying this is a living document and that things can definitely change. But at this time, I want to reduce as much harm as I can. And if that means that we need to say, hey, let's put a stop on this right now until we can prove that there's not going to be an issue with the translation for sort of life and death sort of situations.
The conversation or discussion we have is reflecting all of the different moral, ethical, human rights, civil rights possibilities that could arise out of this. But the timing is now. Somebody said in 5 years, well, it's exponentially going. So the heart of the recommendation is establishing guidelines and standards. Unfortunately, task forces take a long time, especially when you're talking about governmental task forces. So you were asking Dr. Chang about, the Biden administration's efforts. I think we need to take a look at that, and perhaps it's an additional recommendation to be worked out during the break, but we need to be part of that process, part of that conversation to help shape that agenda. Otherwise, this task force will be, 18 months, 36 months down the road, and AI is gone, and it's no longer a vehicle for us to affect.
So I'm sorry, can I just ask a question? Specifically, are you saying that there should be another recommendation that NHPIs should be included in the task forces?
Yes, and I'm suggesting they work out language during the break, because now is the time. If we wait until the fall, a lot of things will have been decided by then.
Like a third bullet point?
Like a third
bullet
point on
point?
this? Yeah, okay, got it. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
Super helpful. Commissioner Kelsey? Oh, we've got lots going on here.
We're talking a corner.
Why don't you go first, Kim? Commissioner Kim?
Okay. I was gonna echo what Commissioner Teresita was just mentioning. The real question is, what period of time defines now? And when we know that we have a technology that is growing at an exponential rate, and we know that even if we decide on this recommendation right now, powers higher than us may not see it for 6 months, 8 months, is that still now? And so this is what makes it such a difficult question. It's very fluid, and when we know that technology is growing quickly, we may be behind it before we know it.
So I just want to comment on that piece of it, and this is a question for the subcommittee itself as you all go into the next round, before the next commission meeting. In many cases, just bringing in the Chief Technology Officer or the U.S. Digital Services to ask these questions about how they're looking at AA NHPI language translation and questions will start them thinking in this question of who's being included and who's not included, even asking the question of who got included in developing whatever guidelines they are going to develop will start. So while it might not come as a recommendation from us, I think it's important to recognize that when you all ask questions or ask people to come in to talk to you, it also has a ripple effect going out. So you may want to think about the influence, both direct and indirect, that it can have in terms of who's the next group of people you might bring in, even as this recommendation goes out into subcommittees. Or broadly, maybe this is something that we have come to our commission meeting, next commission meeting, as a direct conversation. AI is a real conversation, as you all see in the world around us, that maybe we think about who comes and speaks to us in the next commission meeting to have a conversation. So I just say that as there's many ways to have this influence, but the now can be in many different ways. Commissioner Kalsi?
Thank you. So it just very pointed. What I would do is under number 1, instead of develop standards / guidelines, I would also include, to Commissioner Carey's point, add guardrails in there, and then also human oversight. So it would say, develop guardrails / standards / guidelines / human oversight around the use of machine translation or AI translation technology, and then whatever else we need to do thereafter. And then I think a lot of the conversations we've had here talk about how are we going to assess the impact, or how are we going to make sure that marginalized communities, specifically AA and HPI communities, don't get left behind, or that the impact of AI on our communities is sort of mitigated before it becomes an issue. So I think there needs to be a third bullet there where we talk about developing a process to help mitigate concerns for for marginalized communities like the AA and HPI community. If that makes
Victoria?
sense.
Yeah, I appreciate all of the conversation, right? Because it sounds like we all are in agreement. This is kind of an urgent matter and it's timely. And I know that the transmission of the recommendations to the president takes time. And so I think my question maybe to Crystal then is, with WIAMPI, what is the jurisdiction in helping to expedite the representation of our A and HPI community on if there's a task force or a commission or whatever coalition that is coming out from the president or the administration? Is that something that WIAMPI can help expedite, that may kick in before our recommendation makes it to the president's desk?
Yeah, that's a great question, Victoria. And yes, absolutely. So through the initiative, which is again separate from the commission, we do have the authority to be able to go to the White House and to other federal agencies through our interagency working group to be able to ask things. So this is something we can take back immediately and just say, ask what is the current makeup? Can we ensure that there is, inclusion of the A and HPI community, that there's active engagement? So we can do that right away.
All right, this was a very robust conversation. Bet you didn't expect that, Kimberly. It's actually really.
This I could have had ChatGPT write it. It would have been.
If you had started off with ChatGPT, put this recommendation forward, I bet it would have been a whole different conversation. But this was a great conversation. Thank you, everyone. Back to you.
Thank you, and we nearly missed that, but we do have our final recommendation, and I'm asking Commissioner Victoria Hume to present problem statement 6.
Thank you, Commissioner. So last but not least, we have one last recommendation from the Language Access Subcommittee. And our problem statement, number 6, is despite the increasing requirements for equitable language access as a result of the Executive Order 131666 that we have been speaking about, and subsequent executive orders that speak to the limited English proficient AA and HPI community, this community still faces significant systemic barriers that prevent meaningful access to critical government services, as we've discussed. And there is inconsistent community engagement across federal agencies regarding language access, and this may contribute to language access gaps, inequitable policies, and missed opportunities for collaboration and innovation. So our recommendation, the Commission recommends that that WIOMPI, the White House Initiative on AA and NHPI, the White House Office of Public Engagement, the Department of Justice, convene a biennial, every 2 years, National Language Access Equity and Justice Summit in regions with growing language needs. The Commission makes the following recommendations for the summit, and it's intentional that we have these bullet points, that the summit is hosted in a hybrid model to accommodate virtual and in-person guests from across the nation. Provide a progress report on current language access plans and the current state of language access enforcement and implementation of existing language access civil rights laws across all the Federal Office of Civil Rights, or OCR, by or through designated language access coordinators or personnel. That the summit creates an intentional space to solicit feedback on the updated federal agency language access plans. That the summit also empowers and accommodates limited English proficient persons by providing simultaneous interpretation, translated materials in multiple AA and NHPI languages, and be inclusive of languages of lesser diffusion. The Summit Center should center and incorporate the voices and stories of community stakeholders who have been directly impacted by language access issues, incorporate national and local key AA and NHPI stakeholders and subject matter experts in the program planning process. And last but not least, upon the successful execution of the summit, that we request that the lead federal agency provide a public summary of the program, federal recommendations that come out of the summit, community feedback, summary of the community feedback, and lessons learned to be shared with participants or related interagency work groups and federal agencies. And it's been, you've heard it, 2 decades after the signing of the Executive Order 13166, and 20 years later, the current attorney issued a memorandum emphasizing the need to strengthen the federal government's commitment to language access. And this memorandum requested each federal agency provide an updated language access plan within 180 days of November 21st, 2022. So 180 days will land us in May 2023. So those language access plans have been received by the Department of Justice. So I suspect that some of these plans may have language on community stakeholders' engagement. And so this is an opportunity for the public or for the federal agencies to seek and engage the public's response and feedback. So that concludes our last recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hume. Other questions, comments? Commissioner Chang?
Thank you, Commissioner Nguyen. I really appreciate and I like this recommendation. I think for us on the community side, we often engage our community with simultaneous interpretation with community events to get engagement. And I think should this recommendation be accepted and get implemented by the federal government, that there will be a lot of interest, especially if it is simultaneously interpreted. people will come, for sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Agbayani.
This recommendation is important because it really tries to be a little more global, more general, because language access is impacting all of our committee recommendations, and we should actually think of how all of the recommendations have language access issues, and continue, making sure that we incorporate those issues in our subcommittees and in our larger recommendations. So language access is a theme that is throughout all the many recommendations.
Other comments?
I think I'm just excited for this opportunity for the communities to provide direct feedback. And it's a long time coming. We haven't had a national summit on language access, and especially proposing that it's in an area where it's not, not always in a particular location or region of the state or the country. I think that's also important to note.
All right. I do not see any more questions, and I believe this is the last of our recommendations for language access. I just want to say congratulations to the Language Access Committee. That was a lot of recommendations that you all have been working through.
We held some, too.
We are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to keep moving on with the other recommendations. Okay, we're back. And thank you for our commissioners that are online for staying with us the whole time. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to keep moving to Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, and Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee. And Commissioner Wang, Grace, are you up for this one? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. The Belonging, Inclusion, and Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee, the co-chairs are Louisa Blue and Dr. Kamal Kasi. The members are Emily Chen, myself, Daniel Day Kim, Nahid Qureshi, and Smita Shah. We also have a non-commissioned member, Madiha Hussein, and the designated federal officer for the subcommittee is Linda Chang. Over the past quarter, we have been talking about priority issue areas, including supporting the leadership opportunities for Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander individuals in government, business, nonprofit, and media. We've been talking about education about AA and NHPI communities. We've talked about standardizing hate crimes and hate crime definitions, increasing resources for victims, preventing gun violence, targeting AA and NHPI communities. We've also talked about increasing federal transparency on data regarding domestic terrorism and white supremacist organizations, alternative means of reporting hate crimes or hate incidents, improving federal data collection of hate crimes and hate incidents, and prevention of anti-Asian hate in all spheres of life, including in the media, in business, education, in government, and in online forums. And so over the last quarter, we had presenters including Malik Pancholi and Belinda Lay from Act to Change. We had Lynn Rosenthal the current director of sexual assault and violence prevention within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, who was formerly the White House advisor on violence against women under the Obama-Biden administration. We also heard from Tenmosi Soundararajan from Equality Labs and Anna Mok from Ascend and Ascend Foundation. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to my fellow Commissioner Daniel Day Kim.
So we have from our subcommittee one and only one recommendation, because we know it's about quality as well as quantity as well as quantity.
I did not say
Of
that.
course, that's a joke, for the record. So we begin with problem statement number 1. The start of the COVID-19 pandemic marked an alarming rise in hate crimes and acts of violence against Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Most of us in this room know that since March 2020, there have been more than 11,000 acts of hate committed against our communities and reported to the organization Stop AAPI Hate. Now, while there has been some public attention focused on this issue, there has been a lack of ongoing focus by high-level federal leaders and influencers. The cycle of violence shows no signs of abating anytime soon. So, our corresponding recommendation is that we combat this problem by having the federal government create a multi-pronged campaign to support its policy efforts. These efforts will include designated interns/fellows from federal agencies to develop a first-of-its-kind anti-racism arts competition and corresponding ad campaign. Now, this campaign will have the following elements. 1, it will establish an interagency policy working group. This group should include the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Health and Human Services to develop a plan and coordinate the administration's strategies to prevent, combat, and support victims of race-based bias and violence. This group will be coordinated by an advisor in the White House. Other members will include the secretaries of the SBA, NEA, NEH, DOE, among others. And they will convene subject matter experts and peers in the private sector, along with nonprofit social justice leaders. 2, this interagency working group will spearhead committees to advance its policy initiatives by doing the following. Support opportunities for young people by creating internships/fellowships within the interagency working group with the specific goals of creating belonging and helping to combat anti-Asian hate, discrimination, and violence by working together on the following activities, which we've labeled B through D. So B, chaired by the NEA, the committee will develop a national arts competition with the goal of awarding scholarships for artwork showcasing the theme and celebrating the AA-NHPI community, including the ways that we've contributed to culture and society. It would be highlighted in the forms of poetry, music, painting, theater, photography, film, etc. The endowment will support robust participation and engagement, as well as dedicate resources to support the national arts competition, culminating in a special awards ceremony featuring influential hosts and presenters. And pursuant to a conversation with Chief Commissioner Shaw, it should include the president and the vice president. Why not? C, administered by the NEH and NEA, create an accompanying national ad campaign and PSA campaign to celebrate the winners of the competition, display their work while using the campaign as a platform to speak out against hate, violence, discrimination, and to create belonging. D, explore public-private partnerships to support development of the national arts competition and corresponding ad campaign. E, make recommendations to OMB about resources needed to implement agency strategies to support victims, support these internships, staff the interagency working group for program administration, as well as fund the ad campaign and arts competition. It is important to note before I conclude that we'd like to acknowledge and give special thanks to fellow commissioner and smartly coiffed, newly coiffed, Carrie Doi, who originally introduced the idea of a recommendation in this area. So by way of background, this recommendation is essentially asking, was created to answer several questions. 1, how do we highlight our community, the challenges, and the ways that we can be celebrated? Number 2, how can we underscore the value of arts in American culture and education, and especially within the AA and NHPI communities? Number 2, who could work on this? So how do we create opportunity and jobs for especially younger people who are interested in this area of work? And 3, we wanted to answer the question, who pays for it? So this is why we came up with this recommendation, and we're open to questions.
Okay. Commissioner Kelsey.
I don't have a question per se, but a comment. I also want to thank Commissioner Carrie Doi for introducing this to us and pushing us to work on this. So this is really 6 recommendations in one: language access. And it's not a competition, but we were able to put it into one.
Does it have an AI component?
It might, in the future. But it was important to us to echo Commissioner Kim's sentiments that we do create a pipeline for young folks to engage on these issues, as well as engage in government. We wanted to create a platform for the arts. We wanted to have a very public campaign pushing back against hate and intolerance. And we had to be creative with that and figure out sort of funding too. So I am very, very proud of the work the subcommittee has put into the thoughtfulness and the work they've put into creating this. So thank you.
Okay, are you going to make digs at the subcommittee?
Oh, I'm part of the subcommittee. So no, I'm not going to make digs. I do want to flag, there's a lot of creative parts of this recommendation, and then there's the policy piece of it as well, which is the interagency working group. And as somebody who works on violence prevention in my day job, there's an important need to coordinate a lot of the efforts across agencies, and we've seen it already as it relates to this anti-Asian violence and hate crime issue, is that there's not a lot of cross-agency communication about what different agencies are doing. And so I think that I know it gets lost in some of the promotion about the policy through the arts, but there's also the element of this recommendation that speaks to the federal government actually getting together and the components of it that work on addressing anti-Asian violence and anti-Asian hate, to think about how you integrate the response as well as prevention, and making sure that those folks are talking to each other.
Thank you. Commissioner Underwood?
I really like the proposal, because it does a couple of things with cultural expression and artistic expression, which are not normally done, I think. And one is that I think some of us think that it's being instructive to the general community, to the community at large, about individual contributions and individual cultural themes. But I also look at it in a slightly different way, and that it is instructive to the individual communities themselves. I'm always amazed by when you ask young people to do cultural and artistic expressions about who they are. They're very different than who I think I am. and it demonstrates a kind of a vibrancy that sometimes people who are seen as maintainers of the culture don't see, because the young people are experiencing something very differently. They're experiencing their own historical culture in a different way in the society and in this present day society. And so I just love the way that it's framed, because that it's instructive in a multiplicity of ways. So I really want to congratulate, not that they're the A team, but I congratulate them.
And we continue with that.
Thank you for the forced
Commissioner
compliment, Commissioner Underwood.
I really want to offer my thanks to the subcommittee for organizing my disorganized thoughts to make it a little bit more comprehensible. I realize that what I submitted was hard for me to even grasp after I reread it 85 times. But I want to also lift up the most recent American Idol winner, Ian Tongi, right? Who hails from the North Shore town called Kahuku, which is where most of my relatives originate. And it's a name and face that most of the American public did not know, right? Had no understanding of the culture and community from which he came. And when I saw him win, it was an incredible sense of pride. I think that's a kind of thing that helps to get to the hearts and minds of people throughout the country, right? And so that is like the embodiment of the spirit with which I tried to draft this recommendation, and I just want to say thank you again for the subcommittee for refining that work. Thank you.
I just want to add and say, I think many times we talk about policy as the solution, and sometimes we forget that including people and communities in helping us find solutions, and this recommendation sort of addresses both from a policy perspective, but also how do we include people and community as a part of helping us define and understand belonging and how anti-Asian hate affects them directly. And so this is a nice way to bring both and together, and both the intellect and the hearts and minds are important. So thank you for the 6 recommendations in 1 recommendation that exist, but it is very comprehensive and very helpful.
To address, if I may, just to address Commissioner Underwood's thoughts, it was important to us, to use the arts for the very reason that you were elaborating, and we were hesitant to call anyone a winner because this was not a meritocracy per se. This was a way to highlight people from all different parts of our diaspora, and we could be able to choose the way that we are reflected back by our own communities. And so we chose the arts very deliberately because we thought that it was a great way to do that, and it could be very representative of all of our communities represented through all different generations.
Kimberly.
I just want to reflect that this seems very much like the AA-NHPI White House Forum that our Huianpi folks put together on May 3rd, the celebration of the arts of a lot of different communities. So, there is a sort of a mini model pilot that the NEA could adopt from.
Other comments? Okay, we are going to keep moving. This is, are you sure you don't have any more recommendations?
Did we talk about AI?
We have the data disaggregation subcommittee. We'll keep moving. Commissioner Kai-Ying Yang, and do you want to go ahead and take over from here?
Yes, thank you very much, Chief Shaw. We actually have quite a few people, but 2 of them are on the screen with us, and then I want to introduce everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, for those of you at home coming back, or is it evening? Maybe it's evening over there. The co-chairs of this data disaggregation subcommittee is Sarah Min, who is on the screen, Dr. Reynald Samoa, who is here, Dr. Robert Underwood next to him. Our members are Emily Chen and myself. Our non-commissioned members are Dr. Nines Ponce and then Dr. Joseph Kieve Kaholukulu. Kaholukula. I apologize. Who is here today? Thank you for joining us. Our DFO is Janet Cushing. Today we have 2 priorities, but I'd like to talk about the priority issues that we've been working on in the last few months, or this commission, is to ensure equitable data inclusion through data collection, analyzing, and reporting, especially for underrepresented AA and NHPI populations, facilitate improved access for community advocates to use federal agency data to more effectively inform policy changes, foster impactful 3-way dialogue between communities, academic researchers, and federal agencies for more consistent reporting. The next one is pursue joint recommendations with other subcommittees, including health equity, language access, and belonging, inclusion, and anti-Asian hate and anti-discrimination. Call for the investigation of more accurate methods and strategies to capture ethnocultural, language, and racial identity characteristics for AA and HPI communities. And lastly, to highlight best practices from priority federal agencies for data disaggregation. We've had many speakers that have come and helped us to understand some of the practices at the federal level, but also from community as well too, including Rachel Marks and her many colleagues. Rachel Marks is the Chief Racial Statistics Branch Population Division of the U.S. Census Bureau. Kamwa, the National Deputy Director for the Southeast Asia Resource Action Center. Alan Simon, Director, the Division of Health and Nutrition Examination Surveys of the National Center for Health Statistics, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Denise Ross, the Deputy U.S. Chief Technology Officer and U.S. Chief Data Scientist, Office of Science and Technology Policy. And I have the honor of presenting the first recommendation, and this is the problem statement that we're trying to solve. Certain populations within the Asian and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander category are racially and ethnically misclassified. The misclassifications result in a failure to identify the disparities and inequities that certain populations experience, and therefore lose access to critical government programs that rely on these incorrect and inadequate data sets. So the commission recommends that the Census Bureau include feedback and input from relevant and diverse community-based organizations, or CBOs, when classifying various populations. Our points under this recommendation is that the Census Bureau should engage directly with CBOs and jointly determine classifications that are culturally and linguistically appropriate. The Equitable Data Working Group, or EDWG, should ensure there is funding from the U.S. Census directed to CBOs in order for them to engage. And the last bullet point under this one is the Office of Strategic Alliances within the Census Bureau should increase resources, including staff representative of the AA and HPI populations, to work with a larger network of community organizations. I like to just kind of give some background and some rationale about why we decided to do this. And I'm going to look on my phone. I'm not playing a game or anything like that because I have notes everywhere. But one example is that we heard that communities have expressed concerns about the lack of robust and authentic community engagement, especially from smaller, diverse groups within the AA and HPI community. A recent example of this is in the 2020 census state redistricting data summary file, which showed the misclassification of the Hmong community under the East Asian category. They were formerly under the Southeast Asian category, just to clarify for everyone. And they, the U.S. Census Bureau said that they based this new classification on the criteria, on the definition of original peoples. Now, this community was unaware of the new classification until the census product was released. During our March 20th meeting with the Census Bureau, the speakers also acknowledged that the Hmong population is not the only example where the definition of original peoples is imperfect. Another example is the South African population and how a majority of South Africans that live in the U.S. are white, but on the census they are classified as black. And furthermore, frequently, NHPI groups are identified based on their geographic origin, which includes Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia. These terms actually mask the ethnic groups and political relationships and aspirations that inhabit those areas. Prior to the reclassification of the Hmong community, going back to that example, the Hmong American community has historically indicated that they are from the country of Laos. And since 1975, the vast majority of Hmong Americans in the United States came from Laos as refugees after the Vietnam War, because they were among other ethnic groups recruited by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency to serve as soldiers in the Secret War. While the 2020 census allows people to self-identify, the examples I just gave above illustrates how a lack of deep community engagement can lead to conflicts with a community's self-identification. In a letter in March 2023 penned by CRAC and 57 organizations, it stated that, and I quote, lumping the relatively small Hmong American community, approximately 323,000 in 2020, with much larger Asian American communities numbering in the millions that originate from East Asia and have different histories and outcomes in the U.S. will obscure the disparities and unique challenges experienced by Hmong American and other Southeast Asian American communities. Without accurately identifying the Hmong American community, critical government programs that are reliant on these data sets will fail to identify the disparities and inequities this population experiences and meet its needs. And if you are asking why are we asking why the recommendation, well, this is the reason why we are prioritizing the EDWG, the Equitable Data Working Group, because they are currently more influential and involve interagency strategies. And we need assurance that of the durability of the recommendation beyond the EDWG's tenure, especially from the U.S. Census Bureau. The second rationale is that this is in alignment with EDWG and their tenets, and therefore it should be a budget priority. Their tenet, the EDWG tenet explains, says that they are working to increase non-federal research and community access to disaggregated data for the evidence building that supports equity efforts, increased transparency about progress in serving underserved populations. One of their other tenet is in FY23, funding for institutional capacity to expand engagement with historically underrepresented and underserved groups and develop actionable goals to advance equity. And the last piece for the Strategic Alliance Group is that we want them to formalize a process of recognizing CBOs for transparency and optimizing resources. Also, we feel like it would invite and fortify community engagement if they do this. So this is our first recommendation.
Okay, open for questions and comments. I just have one technical comment here. The Equitable Data Working Group cannot specifically ensure there is funding, but can prioritize or work with making sure congressional funding comes to that. So we can make a technical fix here, but I just want to say they themselves do not have access to the funding.
That's true, and we are urging them to ensure that, but they don't make the decision. We agree with that. And Ray may want to say something about it too.
I think the reason why we specifically named them was like in their previous tenants and their budget, they weren't, although the community engagement was a priority, we didn't see that reflected in their budget. And so we just wanted to make sure that, if they're going to be prioritized, that the resources are there to ensure that it is.
Yeah, I mean, again, technically it can just be that they prioritize with OMB. There's lots of ways of doing it, but they themselves have no money to give, so they can't prioritize it, and they can't tell an agency what to do, but they can prioritize it with an OMB. So it's just a technical thing. It's not a, it's a wording change.
Should we change that? That's the second bullet, yeah?
Yeah, I'll work with you on
Okay.
just a slight wording change there.
Okay.
Any other comments? Victoria?
Thank you for the recommendation. I know with Census Bureau, there's, I know, engagement with community-based organizations, but do we want to take it a bit further and specifically state the AA and NHPI CBOs? And I know it impacts many other communities, but I think it would be worth being more specific. That would be my recommendation, to list AA and NHPI CBOs.
In the recommendation, right?
In the recommendation.
Okay. Any opposition? Okay, we could do that.
Everywhere it says that.
Any other comments? Questions? Dr. Underwood?
I just wanted to add to the point that Commissioner Kaying made about Polynesian, Micronesian, and Melanesian, because these words originate from the Mont d'Orville expedition, and they're just seen as colonial constructs, but they're with us, and so sometimes people say, well, I'm Micronesian, when in reality they're Chukis or Pohnpeian. It's an ethnic group, so the overlay between the geographic distinction and actual ethnic cultural group is not very perfect, and it actually obfuscates and masks the realities. So sometimes people because they just say, well, I'm Polynesian. Well, what does that mean? You know, or I'm a Micronesian. What does that mean? But in reality, that's a construct that's from that. And in a way, the geography gets in the way. And just as an aside, this also is an issue that's in front of scholarship groups when they make decisions about how to classify people. So this is a very important issue.
Okay, I don't think we have any other questions. So do you want to keep moving?
Yes.
Commissioner Yang?
So the next recommendation will be presented by Commissioner Reyno Samoa and Dr. Robert Underwood.
I like how Commissioner Underwood just threw in obfuscates like it's an everyday word. I come here to learn. Problem statement number 2. Many federal agencies face the same challenges to collecting and reporting NHPI data, which often results in either no NHPI data being collected, reported, or NHPI data being aggregated with other racial or ethnic populations at data collection and/or in reporting. Not having NHPI-specific data results in these communities being excluded from policies, legislation, and funding that otherwise would benefit NHPI communities. Thus, our recommendation number 2, the Commission recommends that HHS should establish a task force which includes NHPI CBOs to address privacy and legal concerns and expand the capacity of data collection methods to facilitate collection and disaggregation of NHPI data. And to provide more colorful commentary and fruitful context, I hand it over to Commissioner Underwood.
Thank you, Brent. Well, there's a particular issue in the way people are counted, I think, which we highlighted to the entire commission, that doesn't include the territories. So in the data sets, the territories are not included. And in the last commission meeting, a presentation was made in which of the 4 main data sets of the territories, the small territories are not included in 3 of them. So as a consequence. And then I also announced at that time that the economic census, which had been promised, the rug had been pulled out, and so the government of Guam and the small territories would have to find their way. So just not to violate the chief's admonition not to use too much personal experience, but I have a letter here 27 years ago in which I wrote to the Census Bureau about the economic census, and it's the same topic. And it's basically, and so sometimes the excuse that's given is that we just don't have the money, which always begs the question, which is a kind of a dance between, you know, we have to ask Congress for the money, but if you're not really asking for it or you're not making it a priority, you're not going to get it. So this, of course, has a deleterious effect. Just like it also obfuscates, it has a deleterious effect. Has a deleterious effect on actually understanding the dynamics of this community. And it's important to understand that the Pacific Islander community is constantly on the move. They're migrating all the time. So, you know, it's not like if you have to see them in their entirety. So. That's my colorful commentary. Thank you, Dr. Samar.
Just add deleterious to that conversation. Commissioner Pang.
I'm 100% support these recommendations, and of course I more than 101% support the language access, which is very important. To me, it's override. Without the language access, wherever any recommendation we put up is become useless. This is my take on this. For this one, it is very important because without the accuracy of the data that you disagree, you know, you cannot have allocate a lot of resources. And I think if we are talking about diversity here in this country, that will be very meaningless. So I 100% support your recommendation in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wang.
Yes, thank you. I want to also echo thanks for this recommendation, and I know that we had worked on an earlier one from the Language Access Committee in particular around the field that I work in, which is collection of data about victimization as it relates to domestic and sexual violence. And we know from the biggest most frequently cited research out of the federal government about prevalence of domestic and sexual violence, that the numbers of AA and NHPI, especially NHPI, folks that are counted in those random phones, surveys are not big enough for them to be able to make any conclusions, which has, long-term implications for resources as it relates to getting funding for folks that are limited English proficient, that have the highest barriers to getting access to help, that's culturally relevant, et cetera. And so I can't applaud this recommendation enough in terms of, making sure that it translates across to all of the different agencies that have and are collecting data about communities. So, thanks.
Thank you. I didn't say anything during the AI discussion, so here's my 2 cents. I think the conversation was very fruitful, but it's that whole garbage in, garbage out concept with AI. But if you put nothing in, which is kind of where we are, everyone's talking about how fast AI is going to evolve, and yet 1997, we're still working on data disaggregation. And so that piece, if it doesn't move, I don't see how AI is going to, move a needle for us. I didn't want to leave some room. Dr. Kaholakula is chair of the Department of Native Hawaiian Health for University of Hawaii, and he's one of the reasons why we asked to do the task force. Did you want to speak real quickly about task force? Or the ideas of NIH and funding for the internet funding for smaller populations. Yeah. Oh, so what we talked about in the thing was that some of the ideas that have been put forth by the community, why we think the task force is such a good idea, is that these ideas are already in action. During COVID, the NHPI lab was born out of community push. Other ideas that have come from community discussions have asking the NIH to do specific designations or specific RFAs to come up with better data analysis techniques for smaller and invisible communities such as AA and NHPI.
Mahalo, Commissioner Samo. I apologize. I was wondering what he was referring to. I forgot. Yes, we're trying to get NIH and others to have special RFAs out specific to this purpose of identifying much more creative and scientifically rigorous ways of looking at small population sizes. But I'd like just to add, it's not only an issue of just being able to analyze small populations, it is an issue around just lack of attention towards our communities. A colleague of mine, Keith Norris over at UCLA, always says it's not that we're hard to reach, we're just hardly reached. And I do think we need to push researchers and others to make a stronger effort at including our populations and including recruiters from our communities so that they can reach our populations effectively. But I just want to say mahalo to the Commission for allowing me to be a part of the data disaggregation. It's been a wonderful experience, and being able to influence, policy at a larger level is really exciting. So thank you for all the work you do, and thank you for allowing me to be here. I think I'm the only non-commissioner sitting here. I'm crashing the party. Sorry about that. Thank you.
We're glad to have you. Thank you for coming. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Maybe Belonging and Inclusion wants to add another recommendation since there's like 2 here. Just adding, just commenting. No, this is great. Thank you for the data disaggregation subcommittee. These are important recommendations. And again, similar to all of the other recommendations, getting moving on data is super important. What you get in is what you get out. So if we don't put anything in, we do not get anything out. So thank you for that. We're going to take we're good? Okay, we're just going to keep moving then with the economic subcommittee recommendations, and we're just going to plow through before we take a break.
Yes. Thank you so much.
So Smita, you're up.
You're right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. My name is Smita Shah. I am one of the co-chairs of the Economic Equity Committee, along with my co-chairs Ajay Butaria and Simon Pang. Our members are Louisa Blue, Dr. Kimberly Chang, Carrie Doi, Michelle Kuahane, Kevin Kim, Ai-jen Poo, and our DFO was Janet Cushing, a fantastic DFO. Some of our priority issue areas, are we on the side? Our priority issue areas included opportunities for small business, increasing opportunities for small business including exports, opportunities for small and community banks to participate in federal programs. Other areas are access to job training and workforce development, including worker access to childcare, paid leave, and long-term care across all industries, living wages, access to benefits and training opportunities, jobs of the future and workforce development, opportunities for AA and NHPI workers, specifically addressing income inequality and wage gap for the AA and NHPI women, access and awareness around grants, contracts, and loans, ensuring the rights of workers are respected and the right to organize. And then in the category of compliance and regulations, to review compliance and regulations related to workforce development and apprenticeship programs, regulations regarding small business, job opportunities, and workforce development, and ensuring that they're inclusive of AA and NHPI issues. Next. Our presenters were Lisa Fu, Executive Director of the California Health Nail Salon Collaborative, and Duan Dun Chen, Secretary, Chinese American Nail Salon Association, Geraldine S. Aglaplay, Regional Administrator, the Great Lakes Region for the Small Business Administration, and Trudy Rebert, Policy Advisor, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Policy, Department of Labor. For our first policy statement, we are going to have Dr. Kimberly Chang. Oh. Commissioner Blue. And Commissioner Blue. Oh, you're just Commissioner Blue? Okay. Commissioner Blue, you are up.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I know blood sugar levels are dropping here, so I'm going to try to get some input. Anyway, for the problem statement number 1, there's an opportunity to help improve the economic health and safety concerns for nail salon workers who experience significant harms, economic impacts, as well as anti-Asian hate and racism incidents during the COVID-19 pandemic by collaborating with the owners and workers in the salons. So recommendation number 1, the Commission recommends that by May 2024, the Department of Labor, HHS, and Small Business Administration should convene a national listening session with nail salon workers and nail salon owners to discuss and address the economic concerns, health and safety issues, and labor rights, culminating with the issuance of a study on the state of the industry and a national action plan to support workers and owners. So just a little bit of background on why we chose this industry, this workforce. It is a growing industry in the United States. It's dominated by small family-owned operations with 9 out of 10 salons having fewer than 10 employees. Nationally, the workforce is 76% Asian, 81% female, 79% foreign-born, with 74% born in Vietnam. And the top 5 states with the highest number of nail salons are California, Florida, New York, Texas, and Georgia. Now, this was not mind-boggling for those of us who got this data. 40,000 nail salons nationwide and close to 400,000 employees, either manicurists or cosmetologists. So it is a growing industry, and we don't have enough information about that, and that's why we're recommending a listening session. Another point of data here is 39% identified as independent contractors. And during COVID-19, it caused significant economic harms for nail salon workers. Workers returned to a sector with reduced employment and business. Nail salon workers' health and safety required new protocols once they returned to work, and nail salon workers' incomes were impacted despite their ability to return to work. The majority of workers, more than 95% in the study, did not receive hazard pay in the pandemic. Earnings stayed the same or decreased during reopening, and a majority of the workers found themselves financially insecure or uncertain about their ability to pay for food. So there is also issues that was faced by these workers and the owners in terms of how to access resources, especially during the pandemic. And along with that comes, is there the data there? Does the government understand, how this industry is continuing to work and how many hundreds of thousands of workers it impacts? The other thing is language access, right? The data shows that the majority are immigrants from other AAPI workers and countries, and so is there language access? And that's something that we need to pay attention to, and it seems to be a common thread amongst all of the subcommittees' work here, right? And then health and safety is just really, really important, right? Because of chemicals that they are exposed to, not only for themselves, but also to the clients that come in. And all of that needs to be addressed. And so we think that a listening session will at least help that, and we'll have, people who can address these issues at the government level, really hear directly from frontline owners and workers in terms of how they were impacted during COVID, and then also beyond that. Yay or nay?
No, but I think we're going to check out everybody's blood sugar level on this
No, I'm
conversation.
ready. I'm ready.
Go
Throw me in, Chief.
Commissioner Ives-Rubley, go ahead. Spike it for everybody.
Yeah. All right. I had a quick question because, I love the idea of having this and have been thinking sort of some of the safety protocols for these types of industries. My only sort of question for you all is, do you want those, this to be actually 2 summits? And I ask this, or 2 sessions, because I ask this because I'm sure there's a bit of a difference on what the workers may want versus what the owners may want. And I worry if you have them all together in one session, that there may be some disparities between who's willing to actually speak fully about their experiences if their employer is in the room while they're having a conversation about issues that they're facing on the job. So I just wonder if it would be better to have 2 different sessions rather than just stating a session that includes both the workers and the business owners.
That's a really good question, and we didn't really have deep conversations about that, but we did notice some differences. So in Oakland, California, there was the Nail Salon Cooperative, and it was both workers and owners that worked together by agreeing that there are certain issues that face us as workers and owners, especially during COVID, right? So there was input from owners and the workers on how they should proceed forward. And then in New York, the experience there was very different, right? They didn't form a collaborative, right? There were issues that workers in the nail salon industry in New York City brought up, right, and filed complaints, you know, at OSHA and other entities, right? And then there was this tension between the owners and the workforce, right? So I do agree that there is a chilling effect when you have workers and the bosses in the same room, especially if some of the bosses or one of the bosses is your boss, right? That you're not going to feel comfortable putting your stuff out there, right? So I think that's something that we do have to think about, right? And because there's so little known about this industry, I also think it's important to highlight to the general public and the federal agencies, like, here is what we place. And I would also say that it shouldn't hinder us from having 2 separate ones. Maybe in New York, it's 2 separate ones because of the tension. Maybe in Oakland, because there is a collaborative that got formed that worked mutually together. Maybe it's both workers and the owners. I don't think it was that way in San Jose either. I think there's definitely tension within San Jose, California, many, many years ago between the owners and the nail salon workers, and that was majority Vietnamese, right? But it's something to think about, but I do understand the chilling effect.
Commissioner Yang?
Thank you very much. I just want to thank you for bringing this recommendation forward as well, too. During the pandemic, I did see a lot of disparities in language access and just, you know, assistance for many of the nail salon owners. I share the same concern that Commissioner Mia brought up. And I also want to add that, and maybe this is going too deep in the weeds, but where do community-based organizations come into play? Because I think that we already have a language access issue for the community, and then going directly to government officials who might be, concerned about immigration status and things like that, may not make the listening session a safe place for many people to come forward to be very honest about their situation, because I think that we have seen that, you know, this is not a community that will come forward easily to talk about their situation, but they're servicing all of us constantly, right? So they're basically a very visible community, and how do we make sure that any public events like this will also be protective of their identity and their safety going forward?
Commissioner Hune?
I just want to thank the subcommittee for bringing this recommendation. And, you know, during the pandemic, I saw a lot of Vietnamese nail salon owners, you know, in the South struggling.
Commissioner Yoon, sorry, can I just add, yeah.
Struggling. A lot of the Vietnamese nail salon businesses struggling just kind of nationwide, right? We were hearing it through the different networks. And I agree with Commissioner Ives really about the effect of having, you know, managers and employees in the same room because the needs are different, right? Especially you saw during the pandemic. But I also want to speak to what you just mentioned, Commissioner Blue, about the kind of the regional differences. You know, from areas that are more established with networks and capacity kind of tackle some policy issues versus maybe some areas in the South or other areas where they may not have that infrastructure to tackle issues collectively. So I think, you know, I think there should be some consideration, or if there probably is some consideration about, you know, when we're talking about national listening sessions, to host them in different areas of the nation in multiple sessions. And then also, you know, and you already know, I mean, many of the workers are contract workers or independent contractors, right? That timing and, you know, days of when these, you know, listening sessions are important to kind of note. And then I think one last thing that I wanted to mention was to make sure that maybe we should specifically note that, you know, it'd be a national multilingual listening session, because as you know, and you've already mentioned that many of the nail salon workers are limited English proficient or prefer to speak in another language. Thank you.
So let me just ask this question, because see if we can sharpen it. So it states, the data states where the majority of these workers are, right? So that helps deal with some of the regional stuff. But I think, you know, I take your point that it's got to be done across the country, right? So are the 5 states, does that make sense? And not a listening session for each state, but maybe we, you know, bring the southern states together at the east, whatever that is. But does that make sense that we at least target those states? Because we have the data that can support the fact that there's huge numbers. Okay. And then we'll figure out how to group the folks. And then in terms of turnout, I mean, we really are going to have to depend on the community-based organizations that have had to work with these workers, right? And then at least in New York, there is the Association of Owners, right? But we have to go elsewhere to get the workers there, right? And it's probably a community-based organization, but the experience that I have, that I know of, it was unions that really work with those workers to try to get their health and safety issues addressed and filing complaints, right? So, is anyone else familiar in other parts of the country? So we have Victoria here, who's familiar with Georgia, Atlanta, but in the other parts of the country, like in Florida, right, Texas, if there are community groups there that we can reach out to.
Kimberly.
Yeah, I think at least in Texas, I know that some of the health centers there are kind of involved with the nail salon workers. So, you know, going through the community health centers there might be helpful.
Orange County? Yeah.
So it sounds like you have a bit of a modification in this recommendation, which is maybe should convene national listening sessions instead of just a session.
Maybe regional listening
sessions with community-based organizations.
Multilingual.
So maybe we could just work on getting this refined, but I don't hear, oh, sorry, Commissioner Yang.
Oh, I was just going to offer that Minnesota has an association as well, too, actually several. And so I would say sometimes we have a tendency to go where the population is, but where we have no resources, that's where the biggest needs are as well too. And so I would ask you to consider that for your recommendation.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's why I said regional, not based on those 5 states, but obviously those 5 states need to be represented.
Okay. Okay. Right, slight modifications there. Commissioner Shaw, I'm going to give it back to you for the next recommendation.
Thank you. Our next problem statement and recommendation will be presented by Michelle Kauhane. Michelle.
Thank you. So the problem, everybody get your sugar intake so we can learn a little bit about the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Our problem statement is that the lack of mercantile licenses issued by the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands poses significant challenges to economic development and financial stability of Native Hawaiian businesses and homestead communities. According to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands fiscal year 22 annual report, 429 licenses are issued encumbering nearly 23,000 acres of land, and of these licenses, not a single mercantile license is awarded to an eligible Native Hawaiian beneficiary. The Native Hawaiian beneficiaries for whom this act is intended have been neglected in the issuance of land for mercantile purposes under Section 207 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Our recommendation is that the Commission recommend directing the Department of Interior to start beneficiary consultation on mercantile licensing and promulgate federal rules that provide clarity for beneficiaries to access lands for mercantile purposes. Without specific federal regulations in place to guide the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands and sufficient oversight by the Department of Interior, the purpose and intent of the HHCA, or the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, land trust have been lost. Beneficiary consultation and federal rules regarding the issuance of mercantile licenses would help make the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act work for its intended beneficiaries. A budget for beneficiary consultation on mercantile licensing within the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations at the Department of Interior should be included in the fiscal year 25 budget. So a little bit of background and understanding of the conversation that took place at committee. First, I want to share with you that today marks almost exactly 102 years since the passage by Congress of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. That happened on July 9th, 1921. So the law is enacted in 1921. It sets aside 200,000 acres of land for the rehabilitation and settlement of Native Hawaiians. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is, in fact, the set-aside that allows for statehood to happen. So in 1959, when Hawaii becomes a state, we create the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands, who has responsibility for administering the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. With the federal government, the Office of the Department of Interior has federal oversight of the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands. What is important for you to understand is that Prince Kuhio was a delegate in Congress. He was not even a voting member. He was a delegate who represented Hawaii, dedicated, and his legacy is the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Congress enacts HHCA in 1921, and in 1922, our champion dies. It took 100 years before we promulgated the first rule to tell us how we were going to implement this act. So imagine any federal law that is passed without rules to tell us how we are going to implement the act. As a result, the state of Hawaii embeds the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act into our Hawaii state constitution, and we have a set of administrative rules by the state of Hawaii that oftentimes conflicts with the purposes for which the act is intended. For example, we have state procurement laws that require us as natives to bid with the general public for the lands that were set aside for Native Hawaiians, the purpose of who the act was intended. And so the issuance of mercantile licenses in the 102 years has been less than 5 licenses in those 102 years. According to the 22 fiscal report, we don't have a single license yet in the hands of a Native Hawaiian beneficiary. So Section 207 is the primary purpose of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act that says land shall be distributed for ranches, farms, residences, and mercantile licenses, small businesses, theaters, garages. It articulates what that is. And so we bring this to the attention and believe that the recommendation for the DOI to have proper oversight so that we have a clear process for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries to apply for those licenses, and to have a clear process and clear outreach so that we're getting mercantile licenses into the hands of small businesses or just businesses of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. Thank you.
Clearly not an outcomes-based act. Commissioner Kim.
Thank you for that. I learned something. My blood sugar must not be too low. Questions, though. Is there a stipulation that the beneficiary of this act needs to be a Hawaii resident?
They need to be, so the purpose of the act are for Native Hawaiians as defined by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which is that it is a person of 50% blood quantum or a successor, which is at 25% blood quantum.
So if that's a stipulation of the act, who are the beneficiaries of this act? Are they individuals? Are they large multinational businesses? Who is benefiting from this right now?
No ends, not non-Hawaiians, mostly, for the business purposes of the act. So again, Section 207 of the act, the primary purpose is for residents, farming, ranching, and mercantile. We have about a little over 9,000 leases that have been distributed to eligible beneficiaries as defined by the act in 102 years. And then for these business purposes, so there are homestead associations who are owned and controlled by beneficiaries who live on the lands. There are individuals who sit on a wait list who could benefit from those lands for their business purposes. But right now, the process of state procurement requires them to bid with the general public. And so we just feel like there needs to be some oversight by the DOI on how we run this process and how we share with beneficiaries that these lands are available for mercantile purposes.
When people apply, is there a checkbox or any kind of verification right now saying that they should be, at least in part, Native Hawaiian?
So that's a little bit of the challenge, that while the act is for the rehabilitation of Native Hawaiians, the general purpose, so Section 204 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act says that if there are lands not used for the primary purposes of the act that are not necessary, then we can bid to the general public under Section 204. We are utilizing Section 204 with a wait list of over 28,000 Native Hawaiians who are waiting for housing and not a single mercantile license for the business purposes of Native Hawaiians. So I would argue that Section 204 need not be in effect until we address the primary purpose of the act under Section 207.
Wow.
Commissioner Blue?
Yeah, thank you for that, because I learned more also. But we're talking about people with money are getting this, right? They're getting the land, right? Because they've got the money.
There's different businesses, absolutely. So we have malls, we have garages, we have nonprofits, we have all kinds of organizations that are on Hawaiian homelands. The point being, it should require them to be partnered with a Native Hawaiian beneficiary, that those beneficiaries should bring access to the land to help build their own capacity and to enact the federal law for the purpose of which it was intended.
Thank you. Commissioner Batuya.
I too have learned something, and I am appalled at the current state. But I also wonder if there is an opportunity with the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, because she is very much aware of Native American issues and what has happened with interior policies and actions that has disaffected, disenfranchised, and essentially have made Native Americans lose their rights. As was mentioned earlier, we make recommendations. We don't direct departments. But this issue has been around for way too long. Injustice has been around way too long. And are there possibilities? I'm now looking at the chief and at Crystal in terms of our commission chairs, co-chairs, to interact with the Interior Secretary to make her aware of the issue, and perhaps an education session with some of the members of this commission.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I think one of the primary differences between Native Hawaiians as an indigenous population alongside Alaska Natives and Native American tribes are that we are not federally recognized. And so the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is the first piece of legislation that enacted that creates a trust responsibility as a political body between the federal government and Hawaiians as an indigenous population. And so while they're not exactly the same, I think that there's lots of opportunity for us to learn from our brothers and sisters in Indian country and Alaska. And hopefully we can learn from their journeys and not have to replicate some of the same mistakes. So yes, I think there's a lot of learning, and so I just appreciate the opportunity to share and shed some light on the differences between our Native population here in Hawaii. But we are very much working with Secretary Hallen, and we have an Office of Native Hawaiian Relations now that was created, and a nice champion who is advising Secretary Hallen, who was just on a visit here last week, actually. Or was it earlier this week? I don't even know what week we're in, but yes, she was here within the last week or so.
Did Jen go first?
Commissioner Kim?
I'm sorry to ask so many questions. This all just sounds so egregious. So the DHHL is a Hawaii state organization, is that right?
Yes.
So am I correct in presuming this has been brought up with the state at some point, or has it never?
Yeah, the state is aware.
So what is their justification for this?
So, I mean, I think that we've had, DHHL suffers from the shifting of administration to administration and the interpretation of rules from administration to administration and the priorities of an elected governor at any given time. And so, again, the Obama administration was our first rule after 100 years. And so I think that matters, right? That not just the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, but the state of Hawaii, as a condition of statehood, has a responsibility to the Native Hawaiian community as an indigenous people. In turn, for all of the land that is the state of Hawaii, 200,000 acres are set aside for the rehabilitation of that indigenous people. And we can do better. We can do better.
It's hard for me to comprehend why the state hasn't addressed this disparity.
So I'm just going to sort of jump in on this one. I appreciate your complete sort of, like, how did this happen, right? Like, you're sort of dumbfounded by the whole thing. And Michelle is we're so grateful to have such a great resource and advocate for Michelle. And Michelle also is ultra and super polite about the whole thing as well. And so you have to respect that, that she is also not trying to throw any stones, but correct a problem that clearly exists. And, one of the ideas that sort of came through this is that let's see if we can get the Department of Interior back involved in this whole process and have them, sort of put together some process, put together a rule, talk about, supporting the outreach. I think that's what Michelle put in here. I know based on some of the conversation, I'd also like to make an additional recommendation to modify this to require that any lands, and this is a very common procurement practice throughout the country, and at least it's common on the Native American side, that you must have at least, if you're going to issue such a license, you need to have a Hawaiian partner, defined by 50%. That's the way Native American process works. I think that our Native Hawaiian tribe or Native Hawaiian community should have that same. So I would like to recommend that there's, if either the land goes to a Native Hawaiian or it is granted to a person with a 51% participation of Native Hawaiian. I thought the only other thing I wanted to add to this as well is potentially have the Department of Interior oversee the licenses that are reported. And I want to be balanced about this because I don't want to stop the process, but whether it's either the state of Hawaii reports to the Department of Interior and then it is publicly issued annually how we're doing on this front, or the Department of Interior actually approves those licenses, which I think that's how it works on the federal side for Native American tribes, but I'm not fully familiar. So if we can add some levels to that.
Go ahead. I have a comment, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, having the Department of Interior, because our Office of Native Hawaiian Relations has a single body, could get cumbersome and take a lot longer. So I don't think it's because they're not doing it. I think that there needs to be education and a proper channel for access and promotion to allow eligible beneficiaries to understand here are the lands available and that this is the process to apply. I think if we do some consultation and get feedback from beneficiaries, that we could create the proper guidelines to improve this program. But yeah, so we probably need to have a discussion on what to adjust some of this, but yeah.
Commissioner Ives-Rubley.
So I had a question. I don't know if you have the answer or not, but I know with some government agencies, what happens is that they develop a program, they don't communicate very well about its existence, thus nobody applies, and thus they're like, oh, we couldn't find anybody for this program, so we're going to open it up to the general public. I'm wondering if that is some of the issue, is that like it's not well publicized, or is it just generally just bad management of the program?
I think it's just not been publicized, but also, again, the primary purposes of the act are for residences, ranches, farming, and mercantile licenses to Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. Section 204, which was later added as if those lands are not required for any of these purposes, then we can disperse those lands to the general public.
Yeah.
But the way our state procurement law works, that anytime we have a disposition of land that is being offered, that is on Hawaiian homelands, whether you're a beneficiary or not, you have to bid with the general public, which is really a direct violation of the purpose of what the act was intended. And so I think we have to acknowledge that mercantile and business purposes for Native people are part of the primary purpose of the act, and create the right access point so that beneficiaries can participate.
I'm wondering, sorry, and I know I'm taking up time, but thinking of like how we're communicating these programs sometimes makes a difference in trying to help develop a pipeline of people to go into programs, especially. I know in the disability community, it's a continuous concern of like, oh, people don't know about their rights, so they don't apply for those, protections, and thus it just doesn't happen because, the way that we've established government is often you have to go searching for the things rather than it coming towards you to be provided. So I'm wondering if in the short term, because I know, changing policy takes a long time, in the short term, if it would be beneficial to create more sort of advertising, I don't know, or TA
Right, outreach needs to
assistance,
happen
right,
around that.
to the community to try and help build up a pipeline so that they can't have an excuse of saying, oh, we couldn't find anybody. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But did you already say 28,000 applications are waiting?
For residential.
For residential, okay.
Right.
Commissioner Chang?
Thanks. I appreciate this recommendation, and I fully support. My question is about the blood quantum. 50% is, I think, as generations intermarry, I think, I'm not sure what the numbers are, how many people there are with 50% who could qualify for this. And so I'm just asking you if that is something that you want, is that feasible, or would that say, oh, there's not enough people there, and we're still not going to fulfill the 207, and then it's going to go back into the general public 204?
So the 28,000 folks who are sitting on that wait list are all 50%ers. And then the law allows for successors and folks who are at least 25% blood quantum. I don't know that we need to have a specific blood quantum for mercantile licenses. And for the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, for Kuhio didn't ask, our champion didn't ask for a 50% blood quantum. It's where they landed in negotiating to get the land set aside. And it's advocacy that has been going on for the last 100 years. We've moved it down to 25% blood quantum to successors, and it's the long game, right? We have to continue to do that advocacy.
So the 28,000, though, are waiting for residential?
Yes.
And
So
we're
they're
talking
not-
about mercantile for 207?
207.
207.
Yeah.
And so would they be, do they have the capacity then to?
Yeah, I mean, in my personal opinion, and I guess we have to be careful around that for the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, is that any Native Hawaiian of any quantum, a Hawaiian is a Hawaiian is a Hawaiian, would be better
Complexity to us, to what is not a, so I think I'm going to close this conversation unless there's any others. Thank you for the recommendation. I think we all learned something today that we did not know as to what it meant to become a state, what the state had agreed to, what Hawaii had agreed to become a state. So thank you for educating all of us. And okay, with that, we're going to take a 15-minute break so we can get all of our recommendations together, make all the changes, and then get ready to vote. And we have an epic voting process to go through. So please get ready, especially those that only had one recommendation that had 6 components. Sorry. Oh, okay. We are on our epic move to vote for every one of these recommendations. For those that are on screen, do we actually? If you could come off of mute and just voice vote, that would be great for us. You have to individually voice vote. So each one of you, I'll ask Sarah, Emily, and Kevin. I think that's right. I can see you there. Or if you can just raise your hand, let us know where you vote. But you individually have to do it. All right, let's go ahead and start going through the recommendations. Are we good? Okay, Immigration and Citizenship Subcommittee, recommendation 1, which was DHS should streamline and expedite the process for replacing lost or distorted I-94 cards. Just as a quick reminder for everyone, there were no changes to this recommendation. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Everybody keep your hands up here in the room. And commissioners online, if you could just put your hands up, that would be great. So Nahid, Emily, Sarah, Ijen, and David all have their hands up. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Kevin, yeah, he had it. Is the background is.
I think Kevin had his hand up too.
Yeah. Thank you. My eyesight's not that great.
He was ghosting.
All right. Recommendation number 2. The commission recommends Executive Office of EOIR and DOJ should issue guidance for immigration judges to not order individuals removed who have been provided language services. Again, no changes have been made, and we just need to take a vote on this. Oh, sorry, there is a change made. We added in this one specifically, finally, the commission recommends that DHS, ICE require any and all procurements for services involving interaction with immigrants include a requirement for competent language translation services. Smita, I believe this was this is just to make sure that all procurement is included in this as part of the recommendation. Everybody good? Vote, please. Raise your hand if you have. Everybody online? I believe all of our commissioners online have voted. David, you keep going in and out. You look like a ghost. I mean, Kevin, sorry. You look like a ghost that you're coming in and out.
Yeah, I vote yes.
Okay. Okay, next. Recommendation 3. The commission recommends the Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security should promptly issue new asylum regulations and track performance metrics to provide consistency in the U.S.'s treatment of gender-based violence as a basis for humanitarian protection and asylum in U.S. immigration policy. I believe there are no changes to this recommendation. All in favor? It's like all of our commissioners. Kevin, you ghosted out
Yes.
again.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
It's AI.
It's not real.
It's not really Kevin.
Recommendation 4, we had a very specific change, just to add in. The commission recommends that DHS should translate the CBP-1 mobile application into multiple languages, including but not limited to Asian Pacific, Pacific Islander languages. We didn't want to single out any one language or any 2 languages. We just added in more general AA and HPI languages. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin. And did we? Okay. Recommendation 5, the commission recommends that the Department of Homeland Security and Department of State should recapture unused green cards for family and employment categories from FY92 through 2025. I'm not going to read through the whole recommendation, but I believe it's just Yeah, it's just 2 bullets on this one. No changes were made in this particular recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, I think we have everybody. All right, Health Equity Subcommittee. Recommendation 1 was the commission recommends that DOJ, Disability Rights Section, and Department of Health and Human Services, Office for Civil Rights, should adopt and enforce the Access Board's recommendations on medical diagnostic equipment accessibility standards to improve the ability of disabled people and older adults to be evaluated and diagnosed by their providers. I believe there were no changes to this recommendation. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Recommendation 2, the commission recommends, we had slight change here, to collect, disaggregate, analyze, publish accurate data impacts of COVID-19 on AA and NHPI populations with emphasis on, and nothing has changed, I believe, beyond that. Just wanted to make sure we had accurate data. Oh, and yeah, in both places at the last, in the bullet, establish a standard across federal agencies for accurate data collection. I think this was the purpose of just making sure it's not just data. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I think we have, yep. Recommendation 3, the commission recommends that U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, U.S. Department of Education issue guidelines and invest in reducing student to counselor ratios in public schools and colleges to improve Tier 1 mental health support for students, inclusive of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders serving institutions. We had one change here, which was provide additional funding to public schools and colleges to increase the number of counselors, guardians, parent and family engagement, and mental health professionals available to students, particularly those with significant Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander student populations, and also at Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander serving institutions. And then, I think in the 6th bullet, the guidelines should encourage public schools, colleges to prioritize culturally competent mental health support as part of their overall wellness programs. I don't think there were any other changes. All in favor? Dr.
Aye.
Underwood? Okay. Recommendation 4, commission recommends, we had a change here, HHS should increase the weight of limited English proficiency in medically underserved areas and medically underserved populations, definition and formula to determine scores for allocating federal funding to new and existing access points for health centers and encouraging health professionals to work at high-need health centers. I don't think there were any other changes in this recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, going forward with language access. Recommendation 1, commission recommends by December 23rd, the president establish a task force on language access and equity to assess the current state of language access affairs and explore language for a new executive order on language access and equity. I'm not going to read everything, but there were no changes in this recommendation. So all in favor? Oh, wait, sorry, never mind. The only thing we did add to this was that the task force should provide a final report to the public, so it doesn't stay internal only. All in favor?
Aye.
You good? Is there changes in? Okay. Is that recommendation 3? Okay, got it. Recommendation 2, the commission recommends that the Census Bureau e-health program include analysis on language access and concordance for limited English proficient individuals and populations. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Just want to, there were no changes to this recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Recommendation 3, we did have a specific change in this recommendation. This was the continue and expand federal programs that are relevant to Native Hawaiian language support for all educational levels, e.g. elementary school, secondary act education, Every Student Succeeds Act, and Native Hawaiian American Language Resource Center. Amy, I believe this meets the requirements of beyond primary school. All in favor? Kevin? You're still
Yes.
good? Okay.
Come on, Kevin.
So funny. She had to sign that.
I didn't say that. Recommendation 4, in compliance with the national strategy to combat human trafficking, we did have a small change here. I am actually going to read this. In compliance with the national strategy to combat human trafficking, Chapter 1, Action Item 1.1, the Commission recommends that the federal partners stipulated in the national strategy work in partnership with and include community-based victims advocates, community-based organizations, community-based survivors, and prioritize language and access in the development of the law enforcement victim screening protocol. All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin. Recommendation 5, we had quite a few changes in this recommendation. And we can talk through it, but this was the Commission recommends that the office of this was our, I think, longest conversation we had, which was on AI, that the Commission recommends that the Office of U.S. Chief Technology Officer, U.S. Digital Services, in consultation with U.S. DOJ Civil Rights Division, develop standards, guidelines, guardrails, and human oversight around the use of machine translation, artificial intelligence, translation technology, and applications to use by the federal government, federal contractors, or federal grantees. Number 2, develop a process for addressing harmful impacts as well as remedies with respect to AI errors, and assess when it is inappropriate to use machine translation AI, especially as it affects marginalized communities. And 3, the Commission recommends that the Biden-Harris administration's recent announcement regarding advanced tech accountability and protect the rights of the American public include consultation with marginalized communities, including AA and NHPI communities. This was the President's recent announcement, and wanted to make sure, I believe the recommendation was we want to make sure we are included in that recommendation. Whoever made up that name, I urge them to think about the name. All in favor on this one?
Yes.
Recommendation 6, the Commission recommends the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, the White House Office of Public Engagement, and the Department of Justice convene a biannual language access, equity, and justice summit in regions with growing language access needs. I am not going to read the whole thing. Long set of recommendations, but there were no changes in this recommendation. So all in favor?
Yes.
I know, but he keeps fading, Kevin keeps fading in and out of that, so. Okay. Belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, anti-discrimination. Recommendation 1, we do not have any changes. This was the single recommendation with 6 recommendations. Commission recommends combating this problem and increasing public awareness about the growing issue of violent hate crimes against AA and NHPI communities. I'm not going to read the whole thing. All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, data disaggregation. We had a few changes here. The commission recommends that the Census Bureau include feedback and input from relevant and diverse AA and NHPI community-based organizations when classifying various populations. Second bullet, the Equitable Data Working Group should ensure the administration prioritizes funding for the U.S. Census to be directed to CBOs in order for them to engage. There were no other changes to this recommendation. All in favor?
Yes.
Recommendation 2, the commission recommends that HHS should establish a task force which includes NHPI CBOs to address privacy and legal concerns and expand the capacity of data collection and methods to facilitate collection and disaggregation of NHPI data. All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you all. Look at that, we're powering right through this. Economic equity. We had slight changes here. The commission recommends that by May 2024, the Department of Labor, HHS, and Small Business Administration should convene listening sessions for each region and engage CBOs to organize nail salon workers and nail salon owners to participate, discuss, and address the economic concerns, health and safety issues, and labor rights, culminating with the issuance of a study on the state of the industry and a national action plan to support workers and owners. All in favor?
Yes.
You good? Recommendation 2, the commission recommends directing the Department of Interior to start beneficiary consultation on mercantile licensing and promulgate federal rules that provide clarity for beneficiaries to access lands for mercantile purposes, as this would help make the Hawaiian Home Commissions Act work for its intended beneficiaries. In addition, the commission recommends establishing a budget for beneficiary consultation on mercantile licensing with the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations at the Department of Interior should be included in the FY25 budget. Finally, the commission recommends that all land dispositions under HHA Section 204 must include a minimum of 50% partnership with the Native Hawaiian person or entity controlled by Native Hawaiians. Well done. Which one? That's right. Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. I believe that is all of our recommendations. I just want to say that the process has gotten significantly better in revising these recommendations in between, and really appreciate everyone's efforts in putting this together, because it is not easy in between to try to get the language right on this. So
And
thank you
shout
all.
out to Janet Cushing today for doing all the writing for all of us.
Janet, thank you.
As we were fighting over her to do our recommendation first.
I know.
No, everybody wanted her.
Can we, I just want to also just say thank you to the whole team for all of the hard work that you all do. None of this works without any of you, so thank you for all of the hard work, and thank you for the many sleepless nights that I know you put in to helping us get here, so really appreciate it. Sorry? Oh, and our tech team. Thank you for keeping us. So we have a few things I want to, now that sort of we're done with these recommendations for this commission meeting, please hold. We want to have a little bit of a longer conversation because we've got a little bit of time. We're going to use up our time. Not all of it, but we're going to use a little bit of our time. And I'm going to turn it over to Crystal first, and then would love to just have a 15-minute conversation.
Great. So again, congratulations, commissioners. We have survived a very long day after I know many of you just flew into the islands yesterday. So We are close to the end. I just wanted to announce for the general public, this has already been shared with the commissioners, but we will be we have, many folks have asked, will this commission be extended? It is currently set to expire on September 30th of this year, per the executive order that authorized the commission. We have received indication and reassurance from the White House that the commission will be extended for an additional 2 years past that past the September 30th, 2023 end date. And so, and we have heard from many of you that you would like to stay on. We've also heard, sadly, from some of you that, just due to time commitments and other constraints that you will be rolling off. So I did want to announce that to the general public. As we have received a lot of interest in applicants for this particular commission. Even the initial round was such a selective process given how many people have asked to serve on this particular commission. And so just wanted to announce that publicly. But I think just given this announcement, again, many of you have been meeting just very rigorously over the past nearly year and a half to craft recommendations. Now knowing that we have a little bit more time, I know that the next section of this discussion will really be for you all to think about your future, the legacy that you want to leave, and also, again, knowing that you do not have an expiration date in a few months, again, how you want to use and potentially restructure that time. So that's where I'm going to now turn it back over to Sonal to lead that discussion.
So I'm just going to put some ideas out, and I think it would be important for us to actually have a conversation about sort of, now that we know that the commission is not expiring at the end of September, it allows us to think about how we want to use our time over the next year and a half, year and 2 years, whatever, somewhere between a year and a half and 2 years, and how best to use our time effectively. So 3 ideas I want to put on the table. One, most of the past few commission meetings have been largely about just us presenting our recommendations. But given that there are many people in the public that are also listening to us, it's also an opportunity to bring in speakers for others to hear from the outside, in the outside what we're hearing by talking to many people. So thinking about what types of speakers we might want to have come speak at commission meetings. That takes away our time in doing presentations, but it also allows us to present and allow others in on some of the conversations or some of the people we get to meet. So idea 1. 2, we have 6 subcommittees right now that meet every other week. It is a lot of meetings. If we're gonna, do you have the appetite to keep wanting to do this over the next 2 years? Or do we want to think about consolidating some subcommittees? Because many of the topics actually cross subcommittees. It's not a one subcommittee versus, actually this set of recommendations was very clear that the topics are crossing subcommittees. So do we consolidate some subcommittees and think about, what are the things in the next 1.5 years that we want to actually accomplish now that we've had all these recommendations? We can have many more recommendations, or we can actually not have as much quantity, but think about what is it we want to leave, what we want the communities to leave with in a year and a half. So that's a question I put to you all. I don't have an answer to. And then I think I will just leave it at those 2 because there's a lot out there that we can talk about. Comments, thoughts, ideas? Grace. Look at that. It's like all of a sudden everybody came awake.
Well, one of the things that about the first suggestion that you had raised about, bringing in speakers, one of the interesting challenges I feel like that we have had on this commission has been, trying to create or put together recommendations when we understand our simultaneous efforts happening at WIAPI or in other parts of the government or at the White House. And so I just want to try and figure out how we reduce some of the, what I feel like is duplication of effort, or, coordinating better somehow. And so I don't know what that process looks like, but I would love for us to explore how I know, we're not, we're an advisory commission, so we're not supposed to be influenced by, what the White House is actually doing per se, but it also feels sometimes like we're operating without understanding what's already happening. So I just want to put that out there.
Great point. Dr. Kalsi.
I think it makes a lot of sense to adapt the structure so that we don't have to deal with 6 subcommittees meeting every other week. It's just organizationally, logistically, it's a lot to manage. And then I think having fewer subcommittees would allow us, I think, to work better and craft better recommendations. But ultimately, I think what I would love to see is some sort of maybe a dashboard. It could be internal, external, publicly facing, where our recommendations are posted, and we could see and show the public the status of the recommendations, whether it's been submitted to Domestic Policy Council, or all of our recommendations go directly to the president. But from there, it'd be nice to see on the dashboard what's happening with them and where they're going. I think that'd be a nice way to sort of close the loop for all of us, and allow us to be more effective and more thoughtful about future recommendations as well.
Louisa?
Yeah, thank you. So I would agree that in terms of consolidating committees, right, I think it would be useful if we can review, because there are common themes throughout all of the 6 committees, and use that as a basis to bring committees together, et cetera, because it will make it a lot easier. And then number 2, I think your first point, Sonal, was having outside speakers come in, and I'm just going to put that out there because we are connected internationally, right? I still have family members that give money to the Philippines, right, to help folks out. And so it impacts the work here and vice versa. So it'd be nice to hear somebody from the international thing about how our work here will impact whatever's going on in their country and vice versa. And I think it's important to make that connection because we are a majority immigrant community. And then just picking up on what my co-chair brought up in terms of where we are on the dashboard. So it's one thing to have the dashboard that says where these recommendations are, but I want to know why something was rejected. I don't want to hear a no. We're not doing it. I want to understand why an agency or department does not think we could, implement the recommendation. Because people have worked very hard on these recommendations, and I think it's disrespectful just to get a flat-out no. That I want to know why. Do we need to separate out the recommendations? Do we need to be more specific, right? Otherwise, it just makes me angry. Yeah, you don't want to see me when I'm angry. Right,
Her hair will turn a whole different color.
Rainbow, no. And then I think it's good for the public, right? If we're going to have this dashboard, because I don't want to answer emails about, well, why didn't this recommendation get approved and why was it rejected? I want them to be able to see, why, right?
Teresita?
Yeah, so to the first question in terms of educational sessions, I think there are at least 2 different purposes for inviting speakers. So one, which the committees have used, is basically to learn and assist in our deliberations for recommendations. It's been very helpful to be able to invite members of the other subcommittees over, but we've been limited in terms of numbers. So I think that's something we should look at, because there's still a function for us as commissioners to be able to really ask questions in a different way and deliberate. The other purpose, which is the education, I think we should do that as a full commission. So as an example, the recent affirmative action ruling, it's really been a wedge to divide our community, but also to represent parts of our communities differently to the rest of the country, and now, as Commissioner Blue says, also internationally. I think it is important for people to hear and understand the diversity of our communities, the diversity of circumstances, that there are different challenges and issues that allow for accommodation, if you will. And, you know, there are reports that says colleges and universities will already do this anyway. Well, I think it's important for our role to help educate why it is still needed, why when a college or university chooses to do something, to make sure the playing field is a little bit more equitable, not equal, but equitable, that they should not be a subject for attack and more lawsuits. But I also believe that there are other issues out there that we as commissioners could help educate the public on. And again, you know, our community is very diverse with different challenges, different opportunities, but also different barriers and disenfranchisement. So that's an important role. As to the second question, I totally agree that it is important for us to have a dashboard. I think so many times reports of previous commissions have gone on the shelf. They don't have a life beyond a certain administration. And, you know, if we're talking about accountability, we've heard over and over again in this commission that certain recommendations were made decades ago, earlier, even over 100 years ago. And so that accountability does not live unless information exists in the public arena and there are people who are continuing to hold leaders, public leaders, accountable. So I totally agree. We need to have a dashboard. And in terms of simplification of the subcommittee structure, we have learned a lot. We have tons of recommendations. We should audit ourselves. You know, are there areas we have, you know, sufficient recommendations to our comfort at this point in time? Are there areas that we have not addressed? And I think those are the things that should drive our future work. Thank you.
Kimberly?
I was hoping that in the future full commission meetings that there could be a report back. Maybe it's going to be in the form of the dashboard, but there could be a report back on the status. And Commissioner Blue, have we heard a no? I don't think we've heard a no on any of our recommendations, so I'm not going to accept that we've had any no's yet.
It just doesn't come back.
We have? Ah. How did you get that information? Anyway, the other thing about the full commission meetings is that I know over the course of this past year and a half, there have been issues and current events that have really touched the hearts and affected the hearts and the minds of many commissioners, whether it be an episode of violence or some environmental impacts, and that we have as a commission have had discussions about how do we make sure that the community knows that we see and understand the pain that is going on in our communities, and we haven't been able to do that. I don't know what the structure would be, but I would like to request that there is a rapid response or a way that we can acknowledge as a commission that some of the current events and issues that are affecting our communities as they come up, and that's not to supersede the president's and the administration's public statements and things like that, but just for us as a commission to be responsible to the communities that are looking to us and that we're supposed to be representing. And then I have one question, and the question is, are we still going to be doing rolling/batched recommendations going forward?
I think I'll just answer your last question. I think the answer is yes. But I just think it's a question of quantity of recommendations versus where do we want to prioritize, and that's just the question I would ask all of us. Grace, you put it down. Okay. Carrie.
I think that Teresita, Commissioner Bayatola, articulated it very well. But with regard to topics for future commission meetings, what I was thinking about is that there have been many issues that A and HPI communities have in common with other groups such as the Hispanic Commission, or African American Commission, LGBTQ. If there is a commission, I don't know. But what I would be very interested in is to have people from like commissions come and see if there are issues in common that we have with everybody else.
Thank you. Mia?
Carrie, you took my my thing that I was going to talk about, but I want to second what Carrie is talking about. I think we've talked about this before in previous full commission meetings, and also in the health equity subcommittee, is the need to understand what's going on in other commissions, to be able to make sure that, of course we're going to have other, like, very specific A and HPI recommendations, but I'm sure there's other things that we have that are similar and in common, that if we quote unquote join forces to write a recommendation, that's going to mean more than just a single commission recommending something to the president. So definitely second that, and that would be great if we could even have sort of a time for us all to like even meet. That would be something that would be of interest to me, because it would just be, I mean, I know that particularly with the affirmative action, there are deep, rifts between specific communities, and I think one of the ways that we can kind of help bridge some of the divide is, as leaders in our own rights, to be able to have complicated conversations around these topics would be very meaningful for both communities. And then lastly, was it you, Teresita, that was talking about doing sort of an overview of what we've done already and to take stock and then figure out where we haven't done stuff, what communities we haven't really written about, including people on DACA, extremely marginalized communities that we haven't touched on. I think it's really important that we take stock of what we've done so far, where our wins have been, and then also where we really need to put our focus for the next year and a half or so.
Thank you. Michelle?
So I would support both of your recommendations around collapsing committees, and also love the idea about speakers for upcoming meetings. I think one of the unique opportunities that we have been with a virtual audience is to, as we've all been educated through the speakers that we have in these committees, providing access to a broader audience out in the public. I think part of the tension in Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander communities is they often feel like the smaller stepchild within this whole AA NHPI, and I don't think it's not intentional. We get to build good relationships, and I know that there is support and allyship across the board, and that I think for Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders, elevating those issues in the spirit of the purpose of this commission so that we better understand Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander issues more broadly would be extremely helpful, and I think the speakers are a good way to do that.
Victoria?
Yeah, I agree with consolidating. It was clear on our priority list that a lot of things overlapped and even some of our recommendations overlapped. So I think maybe just even looking through our priority list and, consolidating that would be helpful in kind of identifying which, subcommittees will make it through to the next round or, new priorities. And then I think with the speakers, I really love that because I think our communities are still seeking or wanting more information and education about all the services that are available through the federal government. And I think demystifying that, I know WIOPI under Obama, that was one of the pieces that I felt that the community really, there was a lot of positive feedback with directories on federal entities and contacts, and I think it really helped advocates and providers, CBOs, all the people that we are asking these federal agencies to engage with. I think there also needs to be some consideration on our or through WIOMPI of making sure that we provide the right tools and necessary education for these community-based organizations or stakeholders that we mentioned in many of our recommendations. And I think the user-friendly, I really love the database. But I think also, so this is what I've been struggling about is, when we have these meetings, for those who are technically savvy, they're able to join in. But what happens if they still want to know? Like, how are we engaging our ethnic medias nationally? And what is our role in that, of getting the information outside of WIOMPI? And how do we bring this information to our communities that are being impacted or, going to benefit from many of these recommendations, and how will they know these recommendations? And I think that's one of the things that I'm still hoping that we will continue to engage on. But I think the other is making sure that we have submitted a number of recommendations on language access, and I would like for us to also do better at providing these meetings in language and setting that pace for the other federal agencies. And I know something within the language access subcommittee is that I think we also need to walk the talk and provide them in multiple languages as well.
Thank you. Ajay?
Thank you. I want to first thank Crystal, Erica, Sonal, Vivian, the leadership, and the whole VIP team for making this opportunity. And so we just realized that over the last year and a half, how many recommendations this commission has made, and on the rolling basis, and how many of them have been implemented into policy changes. We talked about some of them in the immigration subcommittee today, and that's making a lot of positive impact in the communities. So there's a pretty powerful and great work being done by this commission and all the commissioners. And I'm excited about the opportunity to take on some of the more challenges and problems of the communities in the next coming period, and issues which are important to our community across from economic to immigration to health, etc. Suggestion is that because we meet weekly or bi-weekly, it continues the pace and the momentum, and I am of the opinion that we should continue that momentum. It could be that we bring more speakers, or we could be talking about issues or legacy which is important, but not cutting it down the period. Otherwise, it tends to slow down the momentum. That's my thought, So, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for, I'm going to have another comment to make, another set of ideas to put on the table. I just want to, I want us to, I understand your point on momentum, and I hear all of you on the momentum piece. When everything is important, nothing is important. And I think it's just worth, now that I'm living in a different community and not in Washington, D.C., or not in the policy world, I hear how much is not being heard. And I just want we talk to policymakers, our communities are not talking to policymakers. So part of the reason I ask about speakers is when these communities join us online, they don't hear from they don't hear from Deb Haaland. They don't hear from Secretary of Commerce or or DHS or anybody like that. They hear them on TV when the talking points are being given. They don't get to hear in the way that we get to hear it. So I just want to be clear that sometimes we're the insiders and we get way more access than most people do, and that when we give access, we're also opening up a process that people do not understand. I think to your point, Michelle, that you were making. So I say that because we're busy counting how many checks we can say we did, but we're not always giving our communities everything that they can hear what we're hearing. And y'all are hearing a lot. And if we just give them access into 1% of what we are hearing, it gives a lot of voice to people. So I say that not because I have a perspective, but just for the first time, I'm seeing it for myself, living where I'm living in a community. The second piece on this, on consolidating, the reason I ask about consolidating is not because each of these committees aren't important, is that many of these recommendations actually bleed into each other. There were many recommendations today on language access that were across committees. There were many recommendations on data disaggregation that were across committees. My question is, do we need to have multiple committees to do that, or could you do that in one committee that also takes on language access or data disaggregation? I just urge us, we don't have to do it in this meeting, urge us to think about it in your committees. What is the best way we can achieve the outcome we still want to achieve, which is showing the communities that we work in and live in that we are constantly thinking about how best to be effective and what are ways to do that, but also giving yourselves a little bit of grace and time. I'm not in every one of the committee meetings, but I will just tell you, for me at this pace, it's really hard to join 6 subcommittee meetings every other, 3 every other week. It is really hard to stay up with it and keep a full-time job. And so I say that because the pace is very hard for all of us, and we have to think about pace at some point. And it doesn't mean we don't have a lot of recommendations. It just means think about the quality by which we want to have those conversations. Daniel.
With regard to the specific subjects of data disaggregation and language access, I wonder if there's a way to integrate those two concepts into every subcommittee and every recommendation, so that any time there's a recommendation that's originated by any subcommittee, those are part of those two things have to be considered in those recommendations. It might alleviate some of the workload without at all diminishing the importance of those two specific subjects. So data disaggregation, language access are things that I think we all understand are incredibly important to the community. So, just underscoring the need for those two subjects within all of our subcommittees.
Thank you. Smita.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I agree with everything Daniel said. I was just going to add also that given that so terms are up in September, and then some people are being extended, or you're getting renewals, are you also
No,
going to-
everyone's being extended. So not everybody wants to stay on.
Okay. Okay, so some people are leaving. So as we're adding more people, are we going to at some point relook, sort of ask everyone, do you still want to be on certain committees? Do you want to shift committees? Because it may not be 2 years out, but that might change also as you start to incorporate that as well.
So I will ask each of us in our subcommittees to ask this question: do you still want to be on all the subcommittees you're on?
Yeah.
Because it will also define sort of, do we have enough people
Yeah.
in subcommittees, and what does that look like? So ask yourselves that question. We will have this, we need to have a public conversation about
Yes.
it. We cannot make this decision in private. It's got to be in a public conversation. So we will, in the next meeting, have this conversation. Grace?
I want to go back to at least, one conversation we had pretty early on, and one of the things we didn't do was to put together a specific subcommittee on thinking about some of the issues facing Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders in particular. And I don't know in terms of the group of you that had, whether you had talked about that, whether or not there was any consensus about, that happening. I just find it particularly compelling given what we learned, how much we learned just even today about the issues facing, Native Hawaiians and, I know that I've learned so much over the course of the year about, COFA in particular and other issues facing Pacific Islanders. And so I just want to flag that as an area that, I don't know if that's worth a committee, whether it's I appreciate the burden that our fellow commissioners have taken on in educating us about some of the issues, and I want to honor that and make sure that we continue to lift up those needs.
Thank you, Grace. Appreciate it. Kaine?
Yeah, I had my name up before, but then these two took other words out of my mouth about just our sister agencies or initiatives. I also wanted to just talk a little bit about the discussion we had about our rotating DFOs, because that's part of the capacity issues that we were challenged with so much, is that every 6 months we had a new DFO. I mean, they're amazing, so the onboarding wasn't very difficult, but I think it does affect how we work as well too, and I'm wondering if going forward, will that infrastructure change slightly or not? Something to consider as well too. And then the third issue I want to talk about is that I know education wasn't part of the executive order, but it is an issue that I think is very important for all of our communities. And just thinking as we reshape what the I don't know if reshaping is the right word, but as we continue, whether that is an issue that either cuts through every committee or have a separate committee just to talk about that. And then lastly, I feel like the data disaggregation could be the issue that cuts across all subcommittees, right? I'm not suggesting that we dissolve it, but I think that it's an issue that does cut across, and including the language access as well too. So as we start exploring different ways of consolidating, I think these are the two issues that stand out for me as issues that can cut across all the other issues.
Thank you, Kaine. Reynald?
No, I just wanted to sort of echo a little bit of what Kaine was talking about, in that although data disaggregation cuts across all the other subcommittees, the amount of things we've learned on the data disaggregation subcommittee was ridiculously large. Even myself, who's I have done data projects and even published in data, still learned so much. And so it's difficult to sort of if we dissolve it and then disperse the subcommittee amongst all the other committees, that might work, and so I think that the natural merge definitely is data disaggregation and health equity, but like you said, all the other subcommittees need some element of data disaggregation. And then the other part was the NHPI. I do have to say, when there's an NHPI commissioner, the recommendation is informed so beautifully and elegantly. The other thing is, we talked about reassessing the recommendations and seeing where we didn't hit. We barely touched the tip, with NHPI. There's a laundry list of things that, because there's only 3 of us, that we just don't have time, or the bandwidth to sort of go over all of those issues, and trying to figure out how to dispense a lot of our perspective amongst the different subcommittees, gets extremely exhausting. And so I think, we might have to look at more innovative ways for us to share that perspective without taxing those commissioners.
Thank you. Great point. Kimberly?
Oh, this is a completely different suggestion and topic. I was wondering if, since we are talking about language access, that the full commission meetings could do a pilot test of simultaneous interpretation for 1, 2, 3 different AA and NHPI languages. That's it. Model it for everybody
Well, I
else.
think you and Victoria are making similar comments, so thank you. That's super helpful. Kaying?
I guess as Commissioner Simone was talking, I was also thinking a lot about, and you were saying, let's slow down. I agree. I felt like we were sworn in and then we just started working and didn't have enough time to learn about each other's communities and or disparities that's experienced by each of our communities. And so I'm wondering for the next, I don't know what you want to call it, the extension, whether you might want to consider having a retreat where we really do sit down with a facilitator to talk about all the issues that's in NHPI community, right, or all the issues that impact language access, so that we all see the map and the ecosystem of things that impact all of us together, and to learn from each other, right, and not just always wait for external policymakers to talk to us, but we as a community, what is it that we see in common with each other, and how can we be the best allies for each other, right? And I feel like because we were all working so hard and working far away from each other, we didn't have the opportunity to really bond and to talk more about how to build together and to leverage the power that we have within each other's communities.
Thank you for that. It's hard to imagine that we actually started in COVID.
That's right.
To be thinking about that today. All right, this was a very helpful conversation. There's a lot on the table, lots of, I think between Crystal and I, we probably have like 4 pages of notes here. So we'll probably come back to you in different subcommittees to have conversations, but let's, please keep this in mind for our next commission meeting, which raises the next big question. We are already at July. Do we want to do 2 commission meetings this year, or should we just do 1 commission meeting this year, before the end of this year? Whether virtual or in person, it's scheduling 2 meetings before the end of this year, and we are in mid-July, and I'm sort of putting it out here for us to think about. Daniel? Sorry, go ahead, Mia.
Go ahead, Mia.
Go ahead, Mia.
Just recognizing that there will be people rolling off, and so thinking about like that as well. If we just do 1, it means there's like sort of no like official like rolling off of the commission, and people just sort of drop, and then I like sort of figuring out some type of ending, and I think it would be a little weird to just have 1 at like the end of the year and then be like, okay, you have totally new commissioners. So just a thought.
Daniel?
Processing what Mia just said. I guess it would depend on the number of recommendations we have and the work we have to do. I know that, imagining people traveling, thousands of miles twice again this year would be something to consider, because that would be, people like Robert and Michelle and myself going back to DC twice. And I'm happy to do it if there's the work and the substance to justify it. That would be my thought on that. And I just wanted to actually just circle back on one thing really quickly.
Yeah.
As commissioners roll off and new commissioners are added, the one thing I would just like to just put out there is to maybe use as a criteria maybe some diversity of political thought, because I find that our group is wonderfully unanimous on all of our recommendations, but I also wonder, from the outside in, does it look like we're too homogeneous? And so just a consideration for replacements, because we know that in a lot of our communities, i.e. Florida, Texas, Asian Americans are not necessarily all, monolithic in their political thinking. So anyway, just wanting to put that out there for the future, if there's space.
Carrie, and then Kamal.
Yeah, especially if we come to Hawaii 2 more times, I'm totally in favor.
That's okay.
All in favor? Wow.
But I am heavily committed to maintaining the momentum of this commission. I feel like the momentum is actually growing, and so for that reason alone, I think that we need to continue every 3 months.
Okay. Come on.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Carrie. I mean, I think the work we do is really, really important, and the recommendations that we push out are thoughtful and necessary and needed. And maybe a half step would be maybe you don't do necessarily 2, maybe you do it in October and January. December is a really hard month to hold a meeting in, because of all the holidays. January, logistically, I think would be a lot easier for a lot of folks, but travel would be tough. So maybe a virtual meeting in January might be a lot easier to plan. But I agree with all the above. So.
There is nobody here that says no. I just want to be clear about this. It's an all-in yes at all times.
We just like
Teresita.
each other so much. So I would agree it's the substance, but I would also ask to consider that in a reset situation where we have new people potentially joining us, is there a process, like a mini retreat of some kind that we need to do to rethink, what we want to do, how we want to do our work, how do we incorporate new people in. And then the other comment is that last year we had a virtual one. So we still had the quarterly meetings, but one of them was virtual.
Yeah.
So Daniel and Robert can stay in their wonderful climates.
I don't know, maybe we should all come to their climates on our personal time, which would be great. Ijen?
I just wanted to raise up 2 conversations that we had started at past commission meetings. One about how we communicate, actually having a strategy conversation about how we communicate what's been accomplished so far, and what this commission's work has been, and the other being a conversation about the implications of the policies that have been passed in the first 2 years of the Biden administration for the NHPI communities, whether it be the CHIPS Act or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill or the Inflation Reduction Act. So many massive policy achievements with implications for our communities, everything from healthcare to broadband. So just wanting to lift up that if we are to slow down on the recommendations, that there's actually these big meaty topics that we've talked about wanting to dive into as a commission. And then on the subject of whether it's 2 meetings or 1 this year, it would be good if there's a set of people who are cycling off in September, I think, for us to have one more meeting before that happens, in my opinion, and just for there to be closure for that set of folks. Just building off of Mia's comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, really quick. I'm going to make a point of clarification. So right now the executive order is set to expire, but I mentioned it's going to be renewed. The commissioners are not going to, so again, all of you are actually extended automatically once that EO is signed. And so I know we had mentioned that the end date is September, but it is no longer going to be applicable. So I'm just saying that for point of clarification in case you do want to actually do just one more meeting this year. You don't have to do it by September 30th. You could do it, whenever and decide what that last meeting is for those who are rolling off. So I don't want you to feel like that September 30th deadline is looming over your head.
I'm going to go to Kevin first since he's online. Kevin?
Yes, thank you. So Crystal, just one quick question on the extension. Is that September 30th, 2024, or is that September 30th, 2025?
So my understanding is that and I don't have the exact language of the executive order, my understanding is that it'll be for a 2-year term. Now, of course, we all know that, the end of the first term of the Biden-Harris administration will be early 2025. Should there be a second term, then I think that at that point, those folks would continue on. If there is a change in administration, typically what has happened is, the president will issue a new executive order. I mean, that's what happened with all of you. When we first started under the Biden-Harris administration, we did have Trump commissioners who were still on. And as soon as your executive order was signed, that terminated their term. So.
Got it. Thank you for that. So just my thoughts quickly on 2 versus 1. I think I love Kamal's idea, October in person and then January virtually. That seems to make sense. I think the comment that Aijen just made about getting the community more informed of everything we've actually accomplished, I would really strongly recommend, whether it's WIAMPI organizing it or whether you allow the regional commissioners to organize, but like an immigrant media roundtable. We just did this over at City Hall and it was really effective. Just, it's surprising when you send out a press release, even though all of these ethnic media outlets are included, they still don't really get the message in the same way, and then they don't get it out to the community in the same way, unless you actually invite them to the table to sit there with you and really just target the message for that group of media outlets. And we found it to be extremely effective. And so as we're hitting our midway mark, it would be nice if, for example, in New York, we had our local New York, New Jersey commissioners get together and just hold that immigrant roundtable with a report showing all the recommendations we've done and kind of explaining it for each of the outlets. And this is something that I know Simon and Ajay and everybody's talked about. How do we get the word out into the ethnic media? How do we get to the community? And I feel like we haven't quite done that in an active way like we could in person. So that's what I would just recommend going forward.
Smita.
Thank you. So I think I agree generally with most of the thinking. I'm supportive of 2 meetings, also 1 in person, 1 virtual. I did have a question, and especially given sort of this idea that we are going to have speakers at some of them. Perhaps the committees, we don't have to have so many recommendations at every meeting, but, just to create the depth, and that way we can still go into more detail into having, I think, what was the word that was used as more in-depth recommendations potentially. But given that you're going to have speakers, I think it'll give us a little bit more room, and we probably want to do it. The one question I had though is, how does the budget sort of work? Because I'm realizing that we have, we inadvertently, by having this meeting in July, kind of pushed our next meeting to potentially October. But does that make us then possibly have 5 meetings and in some portion of the budget cycle that impacts us?
So the funding goes by fiscal year, and the end of the fiscal year is September of this, it's always September 30th. I think, is the question whether we have funding to?
So what happens if our meeting is in October? So does that mean that we have left our funding on the table for September 30th, or do we need to have that 4th meeting before September 30th? And then we go to the next one, or otherwise if it's as being proposed October, December, January,
Yeah.
You end up with
So just
5
to
meetings.
clarify, the commission doesn't have a separate budget from WIOMP. We have just one budget, and so we will find ways to. I think we have right now currently budgeted for you all to meet before the end of the current fiscal year. But if you don't, we will absorb those funds and repurpose them. But we do have funding. I mean, either way. So I think that's there's not a clear cut like just a budget for the commission, just a budget for the initiative. We have one allocation, and we have divided the budget accordingly.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. The reason I ask is because I know your budgeting, the WIOMP budgeting, is rather tight. And so I wanted to make sure that nothing ended up left behind or on the table if we make the adjustments that we're talking about. I will say December wasn't too bad, by the way, for a virtual meeting either. So I'm open for that.
Okay. Yes.
So I just want, and this has nothing to do with anything except to say thank you. That I think it matters, and I know we joke and Carrie wishes we could come here for 2 more meetings. But the seriousness of getting our commission to Hawaii is so important. And oftentimes Hawaii is seen as a junket to federal government, and so we don't do it. But the importance of being here on our Aina, putting your feet on our land and understanding and interacting with our communities and our people is so important. And so not just for Native Hawaiian community, but on behalf of the people of Hawaii, just mahalo for being here. It's been an extraordinary day, and we truly appreciate having this convening in our homeland.
And thank you for hosting us and for being such a gracious host and for the beautiful lays and everything that you've given us. So I really appreciate. Thank you all for the extraordinary hard work, for the work that the commissioners, each of you puts into this on a daily basis. It is no easy task. And again, a huge thank you to all of our WIOPI and DFO team. They're just incredible. So with that, we are going to wrap this meeting, and we will see you at can we just go offline for a minute whenever we're done? Okay. Let's go ahead and adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.